Why, hello there. Welcome in, welcome back. Happy weekend Eve. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Hey, Drea. Nice to see you again. Drea or Drea? Probably Drea, I think. Right? If you're who I think you are, I didn't recognize you not bashing the door down. How's it going? I thought I was all nice and organized, and I misplaced the mallet for my little steel tongue drum. You seen it? You guys seen it? Have you seen my little mallet? It's about yay big. My, man, where'd I... Hang on, it's around... Wait, did it just fall on the ground? Did I just... Oh, I dropped it! I found it. It fell on the floor. That's how I find most things, is I get up and they fall on the floor. Ay. You took the mallet so you could repair the door. This little thing... This thing's like a little... I think it's like a... It's for like a 3-inch drum. It's not gonna... It's not gonna do much. Anyways, welcome in. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We're starting a little earlier today because I decided that around... Well, right now it's 2:15-ish. Usually 2:30-ish. On, well, before, when I was doing my chiptune streams at 2:30 or 2:20 or so, I would start to just feel really sleepy and being like, man, I gotta start streaming like 40 minutes or whatever. And it was tricky. So I decided if I start at 2, I'm gonna already be deep in it by like 2:20, 2:30. I'm not gonna have a chance to get all sleepy and tired and stuff, you know? So there. So... on the agenda today, we're starting a brand spanking new Kemi's Adventure Party. I think I put the thing in the title. Did I remember to do that? Yeah, I did. The Patreon thing in the title. So, we're starting a new one. I want to make this song in G major. And... maybe even G major pentatonic, or at least focusing on the pentatonic notes. I want this song... So this song... Okay, so this is our, like, establishing song. There's a bunch of, you know, stuff that's gonna go down, but we're not into that yet. We're still into the nice little, like, welcome to the forest. These are our druids. This is our druidic clan, you know? So it's still very nice. It's very nice. And calm and mossy. There's a lot of moss. And a lot of trees. And a lot of druids. And they're chill and they're nice and stuff. So that's what we're making a song about right now. It's just some chill, nice druids before anything bad happens. Before anything bad at all happens. Next month, something bad might happen. Just a warning. Something bad might happen to the druids next month. But that's a February druid problem. I was kind of messing around. I was messing around on my kalimba a little bit. I didn't have a ton of time because I only ended stream an hour ago. Not as early as I had planned, but it's okay. And I was messing around on my kalimba and I came up with an idea that I really liked, but I don't think it's right for this song. So it'll probably be a later song, or maybe even a bonus song. I don't know. We'll see. But I've got this little steel tongue drum, and I've shown it on stream before. I think this is the guitar. Okay, yeah, that's not it. That's still the guitar. I don't think I... Thanks for mute lurking, Pat. I know you can't hear me, but thank you. I feel like if I say thank you, then the vibes, like, get out better. Like the thanking vibes, you know? They get out better than if I just don't. It also just feels weird not to acknowledge someone, even if they can't hear me. So anyways, do I have, like, a green... Like a nice green color scheme? Oh, we need to... This is a brand new save file. We got CRT. CRT is a little harsh. I should make a nice foresty one. I guess we'll go with DEET today. Go with this one. Brand spanking new save file. This is LSDj 9.4.0, which we did not use for last year's album. We were using 939. I don't know how interesting that is. Probably not very interesting. There wasn't a lot of stuff that changed. I've switched over and I can't really tell the difference. So it's all good. But I was kind of messing around with my drum a little bit just now, and I was trying to come up with just a nice little something nice for the forest where the druids live, you know? Just something nice and just chill sounding. And I've got this drum and it sounds like this. There are no wrong notes on it. There's literally no wrong notes. You can play any of them. You can play them at the same time. You can it came with one mallet, so I did make another one, but I don't have it here right now. But anyways, you can it never sounds bad no matter what you play. Any notes beside each other, like it all sounds good. It's all great. It's all great. So that's the nice thing about the pentatonic scale is, you know, sometimes if you're trying to learn a new song or something and you hit a wrong note and it's like next to the note that you meant to play, it just sounds really, really terrible and you're like, ooh, geez, oh no. Basically, the pentatonic scale is just like the regular scale, but those notes that make that happen are just not there. So you literally cannot play a wrong note. So for anybody who's trying to figure out like melodies or write music, I would recommend trying the pentatonic scale. Start with the pentatonic scale. It's 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. So no fourth note, no seventh note. So actually I should make myself a little note right now because I'm going to forget. Okay, if I was thinking G major because that's a nice little rustic fantasy sounding key, at least according to the internet. So we've got, there'll be G, A, B, and then no C, and then D, and then E, and then no F sharp. So those are the notes we're playing with. My drum is in A major, but it's okay. I'll just transpose. It does the same thing. So I figured I'd let you guys in on this part because I don't usually do this part on stream. I don't actually usually do this part. Usually I just kind of start with it on stream. But I thought it would be fun to just kind of noodle around on this thing and see like if I could come up with something that sounds kind of chill. Because I think what happens a lot of the time is I go straight into LSDj and then I just start putting notes in and like it sounds good and then I kind of tweak them until it sounds really good, in my opinion anyways. But sometimes it's like I commit too early, so if I'm noodling around I might find something that I wouldn't have thought of otherwise. So, you know? Oh. It's kind of neat. At least, even if I don't come up with an idea with the drum, at least it's got that chill kind of vibe, like that nice zen sort of... That's sort of what I want it to sound like. So yeah, brand new song. Yay. Let's make an instrument that sounds kind of fluty or kind of like a little steel drum. So not this. Maybe we can make it kind of ring. Because like when you hit the drum, just... Yeah, okay. We'll call it lead. Because that makes sense. Put some fine tune on it, because that always makes it sound good. That's too high. Make it longer, make it ring more. Put some vibrato. Make it just sound kind of nicer. Well, not that. No, now it's gonna be way too fast. Oh no. Let's try that. Make it a little slower. That's kind of nice. Or... Quiet phone, not now. Okay, so if we go from there... Maybe like that. Or... Oh, I like that better. Okay, so then that's 3, 2. B, A. Oops. Bum, 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 bum. A? Do do do. Oh, we can change this. So, oopsie. I think I want to change this a little bit. I mean, we could change it a little bit. Do 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 do. Now. Right. All right. What if we slowed it down? It's too slow. I like this already, chat. I like this. This is our melody we're gonna have for the Mosgar. That's what they're called. The Mosgar. Alright. So now's the tricky part where we need to put like chords and stuff that kind of go with it. So what if we do like arpeggios? I think I want something like long. It's a bass. Longer than that, maybe. Oh, it doesn't go down to B. We could put B, but it'll be higher. Yeah, it's too high. Maybe like this. Yeah, that works. I'm not paying attention. Okay. G-A-G. Put F sharp here. That, no, that's not, nope, that's B. Something like that. Oh, the dog's even singing. Oh, you can't hear it. He just went, Hey, Zom, how's it going? Man, it feels like the good old days doing chiptune music. Hi, here we go. Do 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 do. Hey, how's it going, Niche? Welcome in, welcome in. Happy weekend eve, as I like to call it. Hope you're doing well today. I want this to go down here. Banana. Maybe it ends on G. Wait, I had... Oops. Or not G. Probably B. Darn it. Doesn't go down to... Well... Darn it. That's too high. Nah. Alright, almost. It's almost. That could work, I think. Then chipper? I think so. I know what I can do in the wave channel. I was like, what the heck am I gonna do in the wave channel? I don't know if I like this. What if we end on E? Oh, then we have A and G. Well, we can... Yeah, that works. Okay. So in the wave channel, we can use some kits, I think. And I thought we could do... Oh, which one has, like... I want some, like, nature-y sounds. So this is a song about druids. And they live in this, like, magical mossy forest. Like, it's this kind of... I'm trying to picture somewhere... There's somewhere, like... Not like Teldrassil, but, like, almost. That kind of vibe, the kind of feeling, like Teldrassil, if you ever played World of Warcraft. Anywhere where the Night Elves live. That kind of, like, peaceful, mysterious sort of feeling. That's kind of what I want to go for. So G major might not really be the best. But, you know what? Maybe I just need to put more, like, accidentals. Well, we'll do, like, a... We can do a counter melody. We can do like a B part. We'll do something. It'll be okay. So let's see. We got... I know I like 808. What's a good like oh my god, the weather's so... Holy crap. I'm so glad I took the dog out when I did. Wow. All right. Just some cowbells. This, maybe. I think the clave is gonna be good. Oh, wait. Rims are good, too. Do we have a rim? These are kind of jungly. A little bit. Hi there, Rick. How's it going? I kind of like that symbol. I'm not really sure why. It's not like any special symbol. The thunder snow. Yeah, it's pretty stormy here. It's scary. If the stream cuts out, it's probably because the wind knocked something over that was important. Oh, shoot. The 707. I don't think I ever realized how sweet a bass drum that is. Like, the 808 is nice, but it's got so much, like, noise on it, you know? I like the snare for this. Shoot, we can, like, do something with that. Why does it always... Oh. So the weird, like, artifacts don't sound as bad when there's, like, more things happening. But what I might... Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna have separate 808 and whatever... Whichever one this is. We can have... Yeah, this will be, 808. We'll just have this one only 808. Yeah. And then here we'll have, this will be, whatever that one was. Was it 707, I think I liked? What's the 727 sound like? Oh, no, it's 707 that we wanted. There we go. Let me just offset this a little bit. There we go. I'm doing very well today, Rick. I hope you are too. There we go. And then here we can have like a hi-hat, but it might be more like a little sticks hi-hat. We'll see. So for anyone just joining us, we're making a song for Patreon. Well, I should probably wait for the ad that's supposed to end in like 10 seconds. Hold that thought. I don't know when the heck the ads are done. They just kind of, they're like, there's an ad coming up soon, and it'll say that for a while. And then people are like, oh, I'm out of ads. And I'm like, it shows that I still have 15 seconds left, so I don't really know. Anyways. Bit of a late start for you? What do you mean? I've only been live for half an hour right now. I did stream this morning. We did some Zelda. And it was fun. I'm not actually sure what we did. It just flew by. It was crazy. I was planning to end early so that I could... honestly, so I could do a bit more, like, noodling on this. But, that's okay. I'm just doing some noodling on stream. I really wanted to do this today and not next week because I want to start promoting it, if I'm being honest. I want to do a promotion, but I've been having trouble coming up with ideas. I have all this cool stuff for Kemi's Adventure Party 5, which was our story from last year. I have like cool character art and everything, but I don't have anything for this year yet because I'm just starting. I don't have the like anything right done. I don't have anything done right is what I was trying to say. I don't have anything done yet because we just started it. I have the story written and that's it. I haven't totally fleshed out the character ideas or anything, so it's kind of tricky. But I do want to do some kind of promo thing for like anybody who joins this month. I want to have something. I'm not sure what yet, but I want to do something. So I'm going to hash that out over the weekend, I think. But for now, I figured I can at least get the song done, and then I can be like, hey, you get this song. Isn't that nifty? So, and this year's song's about druids. And I don't want to give too much away yet, so I'm still trying to figure out how much I should say. Oh, you're just waking up? What time zone are you in? It's like 20 to 3 here. Da, 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 da. Ooh, I know what I can do. We have a G. We have a G sharp. Oh, and G sharp. There we go. Ooh. Da, 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 da. And then we'll have... Ooh, that's kind of loud. I'm gonna make it a ride. A ride symbol. Same time zone. Whoa, whoa, that's... No. That just didn't have a sound. That's too loud, man. Alright. So maybe you were up late. Oh, you went to bed around 7 a.m. I'm assuming. Stayed up late playing around Ableton for the first time in like 6 months. Well, you know what? You were overdue. Did you make some cool stuff? Hope so. Hope you made some cool stuff. See how this little groove sounds. That accidentally goes together really well. I wasn't even thinking about the other drums. That's too high. Yeah, that works. Do we have like a toms? We need some toms. Oh. What do we have? Oh, that's more jungly sounding. Actually, the longer one, I don't know, they're both kind of jungly sounding. We want foresty. I want almost like a rainforesty sound. I don't know. They're not like rainforest druids. They're like, it's like a mossy, I'm not sure. Maybe rainforests are really mossy because it rains so much. Like moss likes damp places, right? So maybe. That works. Ooh, I know. I need to make a table. This isn't gonna have a table, but table 2 is gonna randomly be table 3 or table 4. Hold that thought, chat. It's gonna be randomly 3 or 4. No, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. I just have it left or right or random. We just do left or maybe right. And then it will play on a random side. And I like that because I don't have to decide what side it goes on. It's just a random one. And then I'll put that... What table was that? Was it 2? 12. Why is it 12? 12? Oh, I see what I did. No. 2. Table 2, please. Table for 2, please. And I'll put that on these. Yeah. Why is it? Oh. Wait. Hey, this is the thing that's been bugging me for a long time. Is that you can't, so the problem is it's like repeating. I can't have it just trigger one. Oh. Alright, so instead of that we have to we'll just pick one. I'll just pick one. I'll just pick one. It's fine. I was like, why is that happening? You can't have, so you can have, when you have tables, you have them play every tick, which means it'll just keep going through the whole time the note is playing, or you can have it per step, which means each time the note plays, it's triggered, which is what I want to do, but the default is tick, and if you just do it in here, there's no way to specify steps, so unfortunately that's not going to work the way that I had hoped. There we go. You've been doing GB Studio and LSDj. Nice. What you made was kind of short for how long you spent. Well, so, you know, you had fun. And I don't know, you said you stayed up late playing around in Ableton for the first time in 6 months, which could be you were playing around in Ableton for the first time in 6 months, or you stayed up late doing that for the first time in 6 months. If it was the former, though, if it's been 6 months, then, I mean, you gotta cut yourself a little slack, right? If it's been 6 months since you've been playing around in there, it's not gonna be your best work, but, I mean, it's getting back into it, right? Try to play with OpenMPT again. Just clicked around, stared at it for a bit before launching Ableton. I have no idea what to do with OpenMPT, dude. Like, trackers that you click on, I don't understand. They just do not compute. I'm like, I don't know how to... Where's my Super Nintendo controller? Where's my A and B buttons? How do I... There's no D-pad. What do I do? Also, you were saying LSDj in GB Studio, and I was talking about both of those things the other day. Because I wanna work on making a game. I wanna like get back into trying to learn game dev, and it was kind of between Pico 8 and GB Studio, and I think GB Studio is probably a lot more approachable, whereas Pico 8 seems more like something where like you can learn it obviously, but people who already know programming and stuff, they kind of welcome the limitations as like a challenge. So yeah, it's funny that you mentioned GB Studio and LSDj though, because I was lamenting again the other day how those two are not compatible. Because, man, I would really like to use the... You know, I started working on a game in GB Studio some years back, and I made a bunch of songs in LSDj, and stupid me, I was like, oh, of course it'll be compatible. I don't need to check or anything, because, you know, Game Boy music for Game Boy program. Of course it'll work. No, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. So I had tried OpenMPT and Milky Tracker, and I tried to like import songs from LSDj, and that didn't really work. And then I tried to like rebuild them, and they sounded weird. And I don't really know how to move around in those programs. They're not comfy for me at all. GB Studio has a tracker built in. Yeah, huge tracker. There you go. It's like built in. But then there's also a standalone one. And from my research, people kind of hate it. They love that it's integrated, but they hate using it. So I've got to give it a try, though. I've got to try it out and see if I can figure that out. I might still use LSDj to, like, compose things and then just kind of transcribe them there later. Because I don't... We just need something that can turn, like, WAV files into... I don't know, mod or MIDI or something. I don't know. I'm not a big, like, file format knowing person. But if there was any way we could get LSDj into GB Studio, that would be crazy. I know Johan was actually working with Chris. So, like, the LSDj guy was working with the GB Studio guy. And, like, the forums for GB Studio and stuff. I was looking around there the other day. And they were trying to make it work. But part of the thing with LSDj is it's not really like it's Game Boy music. But if you've noticed, like this song isn't done. But if I bring up like, where's, oh, I know, I've got the perfect example. If you listen to, let's see, I've got, Wait, no, I had the perfect example. What was it again? Well, we've got, okay, like, you can do some really weird stuff like this. And that's all a wave channel. But, like, stuff like this, right here. You know? There's that. Or stuff like, where's another thing that was, like, really Cold Stone, maybe? Oh my gosh, I just realized. Hang on. I did name that song Cold Stone, right? Dude, that's a character in Gargoyles and I had no idea. Okay, I made this one. Where's the cool part? Here, hang on. This part. Hey, crescendo. I kind of want to hear the next part because I love this song. Okay, anyway, I just love that song. I haven't played it in a long time, and you guys can't listen to it because it's not published yet. So anyways, so I figured you wouldn't mind. But like those kinds of songs, you don't hear that on like a Game Boy game, right? On a Game Boy game, you hear like... like Pokemon stuff, you hear like Zelda, Mario, like it's not that crazy. And I think the reason is because in LSDj, LSDj is very much a Game Boy like synthesizer. You know, it's made to just do the music. But when you have the music that needs to be part of a game, and the game has all this other stuff going on, you know, there's not enough room. There's just not enough room on that little cartridge for all this stuff. Like, you know, I mean, oh, my controller is not, why is my controller not working? Hello, controller. Huh. Okay, it's not, BGB isn't frozen, that's good. But if we go to like save, we're already using 2 blocks out of BF. I'm not very good at hex, but that's the number of blocks that we have, and we're already using 2 of them. And we only have, like, not a lot of stuff going on. Although we do have some wave samples in there. Okay, my controller is not working because... I'll plug it in again. Try this. Oh, there it is. And you can see it. Nice, okay. So, like, a lot of the effects are super limited and stuff. That's what I was trying to say. It's not super fun in Engine. Yeah, I'll have to try Huge Tracker. But I know there's a standalone one, and as long as you use, like, the beta version 9 or whatever, there's a certain one. But that sounds complicated to try to get. I don't really know how that works. I guess you make the songs, then you can, like, put them in there. But if it's the in-engine one, it sounds like it would be, well, from what I've heard, it sounds like a pain in the butt to use. But if you can figure it out, it's probably simpler than, like, trying to import things or whatever, you know? So that's what appealed to me about Pico 8, is you can do the music stuff, the sound effects, everything is all in there, the sprites, everything is in there. Because even when I was working in Game Maker, it was like, hey, you got to have your sprite sheets elsewhere and your music elsewhere and everything, and you just kind of update and, you know. Hey, we got Mudbound who's coming in. Speaking of Pico 8, maybe your ears were ringing. In GB Studio, you can use wave samples. We have to basically call the sound effects in the music. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. I wouldn't use samples in a Game Boy game, I don't think. Unless it was something really specific, like if there's a dog barking, like a ruff ruff sound effect, and I wanted to put my dog in there. I do that in my music, but, you know, I also wonder if making, like, actual Game Boy music intended for a Game Boy game is gonna, like, suck after all the freedom and all the cool stuff you can do in LSDj, just, like, stepping back a lot. It might be refreshing, though. You never know. Have to leave a sound chat, or actually that's kind of what Rick was just saying. I think you might have typed at the same time. You know, if you remember, you might not know anything about Game Boy programming, but you've probably played a Game Boy game before, right? Yo, hey Super Jump, how's it going? If you've ever played, Pokemon is such a good example. So you're playing Pokemon, and it's like, and then the music will cut out. And then you get the like, or like the, or whatever the sound of the attack is, right? You know? Right, and the reason is because it's using up one of those it's using those channels. It's the same. There's no dedicated sound effects one. So what I always found interesting was that all of the channels cut out to do the sound effect. And I thought that the sound effect was usually in either the wave channel or the noise channel. So I don't know why the pulse channel's cut out. You know, unless it's just how it be. Actually, maybe that's like what you said. You have to call sound... Wait. Wave samples are sound effects. You have to call them as sound effects. Yeah, I don't totally understand it, but I know that that's how that works. The Game Boy OST might be designed... Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think a lot of them don't use the wave channel, or maybe they use the noise channel sparingly. Like the any percussion is more spared. And then if you have a game like Mario, I'm trying to remember what the Game Boy Color ones sound like, because I mostly played the NES one. But like when you jump and it goes wow, 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 like that would be a pulse thing. That's not going to be noise. And in the overworld, or not the overworld, in like level 1, with a da 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 da, in the noise channel, it's just like so it's like pretty consistent with the noise channel. So, but then the jumping's in the pulse channel, so it doesn't really matter. You never got super good at LSDj, so GB Studio still sounds good to you? I think it would sound good to me too. It might be boring though. Like if I want to add a bunch of effects, I'm like, oh, I can't even do this. Oh my god. I think you can do basic pitch bends and vibrato and not a whole lot else. But I think it would be kind of refreshing. Like making a game in Pico 8 when you're used to, I don't know, Unreal Engine or something like that, maybe. You can sample a pulse as a wave. You know what? I never even thought of that. That's a good point. You can also just make a pulse, like a square wave that sounds like the pulse thing in the wave channel. But I think if I was making an actual Game Boy game, it probably would make sense to have just use 3 channels and then use one specifically for sound effects. And that probably would be the wave channel, because you can do kind of any kind of sound that you want with it, including samples. You can just kind of do whatever you want. You spent a few hours last week with LSDj? Nice. You just started? Oh my god. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna be playing keyboard too. Nice, you're just jumping right in, huh? Well, welcome in. You're among friends here. We're all music nerds and Game Boy nerds and stuff. Use BFXR a lot. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. I'm very noob as far as like the actual development side of things goes, which is partly why I get stuck every time I start trying to make a game, because I never... Even things like resolution, I'm like, I want to make a Game Boy looking game, and I'm like, I know what the Game Boy resolution is. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's like 144 by something or whatever, but anyway. And then it's like, oh, what if somebody wants to play in like full screen? Well, then how does that, you know? And it's like, how do I set this up? That like things like that will get me stuck like right out of the gates. So I'll have like a little character that walks around and stuff, but I'll be like, I don't know if this is actually gonna work. So what we're working on here is the first song for my Patreon album for this year. And so what I'm doing is kind of like the game that I would make if I was more adept at making games. So I've got everything but the programming, basically. I've got the story. I've got like the images in my head of like how it would go. You know, I like to make the character art and stuff like that. And then we're doing the tunes. So this is like, I've got the story all written up. And so this is like the opening scene of the game, right? So I like to make like imaginary soundtracks for these games that are in my head that I might someday make. But for now, I've got like the stories and the characters and stuff. Oh, that sounds cool. What was I gonna say? Oh yes, this is our first song for the year. It's about this druidic clan. I don't want to say too much about this story just yet. But this is like the song at the very beginning. It's establishing the druids. And it's like where they live in this nice little forest. And so this is what we have so far. This is like our main melody and everything. It's supposed to be kind of a calm, mystical forest feeling kind of song. I might speed it up a bit. So that's what we're starting with. And then, because to me that sounds very, like, it's very nice and peaceful, but it is a little boring, so I always want to, like, spice it up a bit. So then I've got my percussion. Let's just see how that sounds with the percussion. I don't think we played it all together yet. No, nice first. Man, that took a minute. Oh, there's our panning. I want to put more of those toms in there. I think that'll sound good. Nice first. That's so funny. It's so late in the stream. It's not that late. It's like an hour. Oh shoot, do we need to be taking a break soon? Well, anyways, I had a little bit of... What did this part sound like? Something like that. So yeah. Maybe I'll have some kind of whooshy symbol here or something. Hey there, Bluesy, how's it going? You like the druid theme idea? Nice, me too. I don't wanna say too much. But I wanna get you guys interested. This year's story, it's a tale of love and death, but not too much death, and sorcery, and a teeny bit of revenge maybe in there, just a little dash of revenge. And it's a love story. It's it's a little bit sappy maybe, but only at the end. It's okay. But the idea is we've got these druids, and they live in this peaceful little forest. This little mossy forest. And they're called the Mosgar. And I like to... This is so silly. I like to name, like, I put a lot of thought into naming my characters and stuff. Yeah, a little revenge is a treat. Yeah, just as a special treat. There's a little bit of revenge in there. Just a bit. Just like death. There's some death in there, but not too much death. We don't want it to be sad or anything. You know. I like to put a lot of thought into naming my characters and things. And it's, I have, like, I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't need to make a lot of sense. It's not like this word or this part of a word always means this specific thing. It's not like I have a whole language figured out, but I do have, like, certain words that I'll use. And, like for example, okay, last year's story was about a people called the Zeeë, which is Z-E-E-A, and Zee is Dutch for sea, you know, so it's like, because they live in the ocean, they're like fishy people. It just happens to sound like Zora. I swear I wasn't trying to rip off Zelda. I just want to put that out there. I have some Dutch background, and I like to use Dutch as much as I can, and like French, because it's just like the languages that I'm familiar with and stuff. And I could have used mer, like in French, it means sea, but mera doesn't really sound as good as Zeeë to me. And then so their city is called Zeil, and the main character's name is Meron. That's where I use the M-E-R from French. La mer was in Meron. And, you know, there's like different things I like to put together. And the Mosgar is the name for the druids. And they live in this mossy forest, so Mosgar kind of roughly translates to like moss guys. The moss guys. And then the way that I kind of put the name together, I'm like, yeah, these are the moss guys. Mosgar just kind of sounded cool, and then it, you know, the moss guys. So this is the story of the moss guys. Anyways, I thought that was kind of funny. I know what I'm gonna do here. We're gonna have another... We're gonna have another hi-hat. It's gonna be... Actually, it's just gonna be... We're gonna put a R command. I wonder if I can make that go longer, just like this. What if I put this here and then... What if I just do that? What does that sound like? Okay, that's what I thought. If I'm experimenting, I don't actually know how this works. That's how you figure out how things work. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Kind of want to go longer than that. Oh! You see how cool that sounds with the drum? With the snare drum? It like... Right, yeah. Ding, ding. Perfect! That's what I want. Why does that sound weird, though? Why does that sound weird? Okay, I like it. That works. Or, what if... This is important. These little... It makes sense. Makes a difference. Yeah. Oh. That works. These are really quiet. Oops, I went through the ad. My bad. Double up on this. What about the snare? then here we'll change it, I think. The little tom startled me. I forgot I put it there. Oh, I only had it on 4, that's why. Change this to be more exciting now, because I want it to start like calm and chill, but I mean I want it to be like a fun song. I don't want it to be super boring. I don't want to put anyone to sleep, but I do want it to. Yeah, I feel like G major does that. Ah! Whoa. Oh, actually. I had an idea and I just remembered what it was. I even wrote it down here and I have my notebook next to me, but I have not been looking at it. I forget what it's called, but there's a technique where you basically make a melody that does not fit within your like regular number of measures or so. So for example, instead of like a phrase being 8 beats long, you make it like 9 beats long, and then you just kind of repeat it. So I thought what I might do, what if we did, Try to think of a way to do it that's not super confusing. Because we could just do like 20 bars and do like a 5 bar or like a 10 bar melody or something. Or like a, yeah, let's see. Let's try something. Let's do, what if we, I just want to try writing a new melody and see here how we, I did it before and I can't. Okay, lead 2. Let's make a lead 2. Lead 2. And let's put like, by the way, if any of you guys are like into LSDj, I know a couple of you guys mentioned it. If you have like questions about what I'm doing or anything, let me know. Based on the conversations, I think I have more experience than some of you. So I've been doing this for 5 years or so. So if you're having trouble with something, I might have figured out a workaround, or I might know how to do what you're trying to accomplish or whatever. So, but I love talking about LSDj. It's like, it's my favorite music program. It's so good. And if anyone has questions or whatever, I try to do my best to like talk about what I'm doing instead of just kind of throwing in notes and things and just randomly doing stuff. I try to explain my process, but if I do something and you're like, wait, what was that? How'd you do that? Or what is whatever, you know, just ask. Don't be shy. And you don't have to ask. It's just if you have something, I don't want, like, I mean, I'm a shy person, so like sometimes I'll have something that I'm wondering and then I won't want to ask it because I'm shy, which I also understand. But like if you know, if you're like, what was that? What did you do there? You know, or if you are shy, you can always remember how far into stream we are. And that's why I have the controller on screen. If you're like, wait, what was that? How'd you do that? How'd you get to that screen? What did you, whatever. I have the inputs on there, so you can always like watch the VOD back later at like half speed or something if you're, you know. Or if you're like, oh, that instrument sounds neat. How'd you do that? Or something like that. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because we got like a music crew, right? So if anyone's trying to learn LSDj and you got questions or you're stuck on something, let me know. It's not the most user-friendly program to get into, and I'm not sure as far as trackers go how approachable it is. I figured it out first. Like I jumped into it. But the first time I tried it, I think I managed to make one song and I was like, that's good, I'm good. And then like 10 years later or so, I saw someone like performing it and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try that again. It's fucking cool. So, you know. The hat. Hey Tyler, how's it going? There's a hat. You know what? That's what he was missing. That's what he was missing, right? We got the hat now. We got it all. You forgot how to copy paste. Hold select. Is it holding? Yeah, hold select. Press B. And then you can select as much stuff as you want. You can cancel by pressing select again, or hold select, press B. And then you press B to copy, and then paste is hold select and press A. That's an easy one. Or you can cut by holding B, press A. It'll cut it, and then you can paste it. Although usually, oh yeah, see there's a difference. If you paste it, it doesn't make any noise. If you just put it in, if you have pre-listen, you can hear it. But usually it'll put like the last thing that you had. Yeah, select is kind of like, if you think of select as like control, and then A and B is like C and V, I guess. You can kind of think about it like that. There you go. I answered a question. Woohoo! Helpful. I'm being helpful. Yay! Start off right before you stepped out to lunch. The start off is pretty good, I think. We got a nice calm song, which is nice, but I always feel like they're not as fun. So I want to make it fun too. We'll have the nice, calm, chill, relaxing beginning, but I want it to be like good. So we'll make it good. If you use the latest release of LSDj, sometimes it has a strange bug. If I press play on the right column, it shows notes in the noise channel, even if you use that channel. On 940? I don't think I've ever... Like on the little, underneath the, tempo thingy, like over there where I can't reach, like to the right of this, it'll show. Oh, wait, sometimes it'll, okay. I have had that before sometimes. So, like, if I have here, for example, like this? Is that what you're talking about? If you see that going over there? Because I know what that is. Which is, I think, in all the versions. Alright. Well, what this is... do you have a pitch shift? Because what happens here... Let me see if I can put a example in... Oh, I didn't write anything here yet, right? Okay. So if we have, like, this... I wonder if it'll happen here. No, it doesn't happen there. Okay. I'm gonna make it quiet so that it doesn't, like, hurt all our ears. Like, you hear what that's doing, right? How it keeps, like, cycling around. That happens in the noise channel, too. But if you noticed, when I had that there, it doesn't show in the, like, on the little right, on the thingy on the right. I'm not sure what that's called, but where it just shows the G, and then it doesn't show, like... I don't know why it doesn't show that. But, in the noise channel, if you have, like, a pitch down thing... So here, I've got this... And like, phew. If this was a longer note, you'd be able to hear it better. And then if we have, like... It's like doing the same thing, right? And see that... I don't know why it is. That sounds pretty cool. That's really fun for making explosions, by the way. Stuff like that. But if you... That's happened for as long as I can remember. I'm not sure if it's a bug or if it's intentional. I don't really know why that happens only in the noise channel. But on the right, it's just showing all the pitches that it's going through, right? Like if you, it's got this, but it's kind of doing this just over and over. Really, this is what it's doing, right? Man, that sounds cool. That's kind of what it's doing. So there's two ways to fix it. You can put a K command. Yeah, you can put a K command, and then it will just stop. It'll just stop there. I'm gonna just... It'll just stop there. Which is good, but it'll also just... If you want the note to keep going. So what I'll usually do... Okay, well this one's not gonna end, because it's got this on here, but let's say it's like this. So I'll listen to it. I'll try to see when the note ends. About here somewhere, so then I'll put a K, like, here. Because I don't know if that's taking up memory or if it's just annoying. You can do that. You can also put a P command, which, if you want it to keep going, what it does is it'll stop, the pitch bend. Right? It won't stop the sound, but it'll stop the pitch bend. So another thing you can do is like this. Okay, that was really not what I really was expecting there. Okay, well, anyways, I didn't think that was how that would go. But if you do the, let's just have a little one. So sometimes if you have something and you're like, oh, this is like, you want to go slower, sometimes I'll do something like this. If I want it to go down, like, really slowly. Does that make sense? As opposed to just... Like, if I don't want it to go that low that fast. But yeah, that's all you do. It's really weird. I don't really know why it does that in the noise channel, but nowhere else but it does. But usually just a kill command will do it. Or the P command, but just... It'll keep the note going. Right? Because you're not actually ending the note. But it's weird because it'll keep going even after you can't hear the note anymore. So it might be a bug. I'm not really sure. But that one was kind of annoying too. I remember that. I was like, why does it have that? Why is it still doing that? Let's see. What's a good... I've got my little drum here. Let me see. What if we have like a... Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so that'd be 8. What was... This is gonna be a different part of the song. G, 8, wait, 8, and then, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 8, 4, 2, so G, wait, there's no 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So D, A. Hey, yeah. I don't like that as much as I thought I would. I think it's more whatever. And then it goes to E. E, B, G. Something like that. Should use P command more. It's a good one. You use R a lot. They're so different. You can do both. They're, you know. I like that. I like that. Thinking about buying a real Game Boy only for LSDj? Do it! They're awesome. Oh, I should put pictures on here of my Game Boys. I think I posted them on Blue Sky when I moved there from Twitter, but I went and I kind of hoard them. I've got like 13 Game Boys. I love modding them. It's a lot of fun. My pièce de résistance one is like a blue. It's really nice. How's it going? Hey, is it Obel or Obel? Anyways, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Let me get you a shout out. Boop, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum. There you go. Take that. You're streaming mouth washing. Either that's a game I haven't heard of or a very specific category on Twitch. Oh, wait, is that spooky one that I saw Critical was playing? Is that scary game? Horror game, maybe? Using Enbernic RG35XX. I have no idea what that is. Using Miu Mini. I've heard of that one. You wanted a modded Game Boy Color. Sometimes you can get them not too expensive. Frog alert. How's it going? Oh, hey 3X Blast. Now I know where you came from. Hey, welcome in. Thanks so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. How do you say your name? I don't think it's Dag now. That's probably wrong. Please tell me how to say your name. That's a lot of consecutive vowels and then consecutive consonants. My brain doesn't know how to process those. What is this Enbernic thing? Let me look that up. So we're talking about Game Boys and music and stuff. I was recommended by 3X. Very nice. It's a horror game, apparently. Was it not scary? I like your frog emotes, by the way. They're very cute. Surreal spooky. Nice. Yeah, it looks like you're a real cozy channel, so I wouldn't expect... Well, maybe. It's always fun when you play something kind of out of character. I don't know you, because I'm just meeting you. Hi, by the way. I'm Kemi. Thanks for the recommendation. I hope I'm living up to it. Day now? Ah, okay, gotcha. I think I was close. I don't know what I did with the first part. I got the now part right, so there we go. Yeah, I don't like saying people's names wrong, but sometimes I don't know. Day now. All right. I'll just look out the window and say, "Oh, it's day now." Then I'll remember. I like your name. It's cool and it looks cool. It just confused me for a second. Are you a music person too, or are you somebody that 3X is hanging out with? And is it Obel? Obel or Obel? I don't want to say your name wrong either. It'd be weird if you were right outside my window. I meant like it's daytime now. I think you know what I mean. You're being a silly goose. You play a ton of horror games. Ooh, and Souls games. Oh, I've been playing some Elden Ring. Doesn't match the aesthetic. That's even better though. Because I've definitely seen like cozy channels that'll play like you're playing, you know, Stardew Valley or like what's that other one? Unpacking, or like some really just cozy, cute, you know, chill game, and then one day be like, we're playing Phasmophobia today. And then it's funny because the person is like not used to being scared or whatever. You know, that's kind of like me. I don't do well with horror games. I don't do well with horror games. I really don't do well with like sad things. Horror is scary. Sad stuff is really... I don't like sad things. But I like it also when there's like the cozy aesthetic and you're just like, yeah, I mostly play horror stuff. There's like all different kinds. I did a Phasmo stream once, and I did a Resident Evil stream once. That was really bad. That one was really scary. That was for Halloween a couple years ago. You play a ton of horror, yeah. I read that already, my bad. Souls games are cool. I tried playing, like, I played a bit of Demon Souls and a bit of Bloodborne. I got stuck really early, though, if I'm being honest. Anyway, I pronounce it as good. Okay. You don't do music yet? Yet? Is 3X trying to convince you to get into chiptune? Dream is a setup with 2 Game Boys, Game Boy Colors. Think about it, buy. Oh... could sync them. You can sync with LSDj. You can have a master LSDj and a slave one, and they work together. I like how you fix your typos by just like taking out. You're like, I didn't mean to have this. I meant that one. I like how you fix them. Analog FPGA. I feel like I'm out of the loop. Phasmo's cool. It's hard on my poor heart, but I think it's a little better. When I'm playing Resident Evil, it's like terrifying, really scary. When I'm playing Phasmophobia, I guess they do this with a lot of horror games. Have you noticed how a lot of horror games are also puzzle games? See, I love puzzles. But then I get scared, and that's scary. So, but I guess they do the puzzles to distract you so that they can scare you. They make you forget, and you lower your guard. But the cool thing with Phasmophobia is it is a puzzle game also. It's not like a horror game that has puzzles in it. It's like a horror puzzle game because you're trying to solve the puzzle of figuring out like what kind of ghost it is. So you're like, okay, let's see. Did it leave footprints? Did it write in the book? Did it do this? Did it do that? And you're like, it's kind of like those logic puzzles, you know? Oh, Jim's wife loves bowling, but Dana's husband enjoys tennis. And what does Mary like to do for a sport or whatever? You know those? It's almost like those. It has a sliding block puzzle. Hey, thanks for following. I think I followed you. It popped up and I'm sure I clicked on the heart. I'm sure I did, right? Sometimes I forget. Yeah, I am. Okay, good. That means I can catch your streams now. I love Resident Evil, but I will watch people play. So if I see you playing Resident Evil, maybe I'll pop in if I'm around. I love Resident Evil though, like the zombie designs and like the lore and stuff is just really interesting. But man, I get so stressed out playing horror games. Oh man. You got new after work plans now? Friend got his custom board game made? Oh, that's exciting. That sounds... Oh, you're gonna have so much fun. You're gonna have an awesome weekend. I'm excited for you and for your weekend. Resident Evil 7 looks like the worst for that. Like, oh, that one looks really like you're in the house and then, oh boy. Oh boy. You want to try a Dirty Wave M8 or a Poly and standalone, but you just bought a house. I thought that said horse. I just bought a horse. I'm like, it's okay though. You can make songs about the horse. Get a Game Boy. It's cheaper. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, and 3X, thanks for the recommendation, and Obel, thank you for going with the recommendation, trusting him. Despite your best instincts. I'm just kidding. We're doing, well, right now, I do a lot of gaming stuff. I have been playing, Elden Ring and Tears of the Kingdom are kind of my two big games right now. I'm super into Zelda. I also really love Monster Hunter, although that one I play more like multiplayer off stream, I guess. But I've been playing also, I'm playing through the older Zeldas that I missed as a kid, because I didn't have a lot of them. I just had Oracle of Seasons. Could never beat it as a kid, though. So I beat that on stream recently, and then we played Oracle of Ages, and those two link up and they do all kinds of cool stuff. So now we have to play Oracle of Ages again, and then Seasons again, and then we get the whole picture. We get the whole experience. So I've got to do that still. So we're working through them pretty slowly, honestly. But Elden Ring has been a time. It's the first... Oh yeah, I started to say I beat the Phalanx in Demon Souls, which I know is not saying a whole lot. It's the very first thing. I managed to beat the Cleric Beast in Bloodborne, and then I got stuck at Gascoigne. Gascoigne? Did I make... Wait, Father... Yeah, I like haven't said his name in a while. I'm like, why does it sound weird? Gascoigne, right? That's it. Anyways. But I love the whole story with him and like with the... Is it the music box you get and stuff? And with his daughter, and oh my god, it's really cool. Great advice most of the time. He's tricky. I think I could do it now. That was before I really started getting into games. I think I could do it. He's very fast, and he's in a kind of small area, and I think it's a graveyard, right? There's tons of tombstones everywhere to get in the way. But I've been playing Elden Ring, and I beat, what's his face? Godric. I beat him first try. I did have the mage guy helping me, but it was a story thing. I was like, he's gotta be here. It's gonna be awesome. And we're just we're in Caelid, and it sucks. So I might be going back to Rhea Lucaria, the academy next week. I think I'm gonna be playing Elden Ring on Monday. We did a bunch of Zelda this week, so anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. Right now we're making some Game Boy music. I didn't even talk about what you're looking at. We're making this song. Here, let me just play you what we have so far, and then I'll tell you all about it. There you go. So, what this is, I used to, and I want to say usually, do these chiptune streams once a week. So I'll do games in the morning, Monday to Friday, and then Friday evening, it's like chiptune night, you know? Start the weekend off with some Game Boy tunes, right? Very nice. Very nice. But we've been working on renovating our bathroom. Long story short, one day I was cleaning the grout in the shower, and I noticed that the wall was a little bit spongy. You know, I was scrubbing away at the grout, and the wall was kind of giving way. And I thought, that's not... Walls are not supposed to be spongy. They're supposed to be wall-y. So I pulled off a few of the tiles, and it was just black, and I thought, oh, that's not good. So one thing led to another, and now we have no walls. We have no floor. So we're working on building the bathroom back together, putting it back together. And my dad is helping. And so I've been kind of working with his schedule and stuff, because he's done more house renos and stuff. So sometimes he's coming over and whatever. And he's usually around in the afternoons. So I had kind of put a pause button on the afternoon chiptune streams. But now I've, you know, after Christmas busyness and stuff and all that, I'm like, you know what, we can do these again. And then if it's a day that we're working on the bathroom or that it won't work, then we just won't. But for the most part, I want it to be doing them unless we're not, as opposed to not doing them unless we are, you know? The Resident Evil 7 reference. Yeah, I had a Resident Evil 7 bathroom wall. Not a fun time. I don't know if you guys have ever done that. Spongy is low on the list of characteristics you want. Yeah, I would want, you know, like watertight, insulated, solid. So yeah, it's an old house. We keep finding things. You know, keep finding things. You bought a house somewhat recently. What I'm describing is one of your greatest fears. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's just, you know, it's one of those things. So then we're like, well, you know, we might as well replace this and that while we're at it and, you know, whatever. So, but it is kind of a big project. And trying to get a time when everyone's around to work on it. Because I'm not as handy as I would like to be, but I do my best. So, anyway, that's our adventures. Hey, Monsoon, thanks for the glorious hydration. I'm gonna do that and grab a sip of water. Thanks for the reminder. So that, yeah. But usually I do these every week. So I want to get back to doing these every week. And they might start at 2 and they might start at 3. And they might be 3 hours, they might be 4 hours. But you know what? It's Casual Friday. And part of the reason I quit my job however many years ago it was now is because I wanted the flexibility. So I figured, you know what, we'll be flexible. We'll just be casual. We'll be fine. So that's how we're proceeding with these things. Speaking of Capcom related things, I did read that, by the way. See what Hideki Kamiya, lead on the next Okami, said about the Switch 2 leakers. Hostile message? Whoa, I did not. You can put it in the Discord if you want, because now I'm curious. Thinking of the tiles that aren't quite attached to your bathroom now. It's tricky. I think you can get, like, you know how you can get those, like, stud finders? And you, like, run it along the wall and it'll beep where there's a stud. So, like, if you're trying to hang things up, you want to drill into, like, a stud, right? Especially if you have plaster walls. I think you can get, like, moisture sensors. So you might be able to do that. Or just, you know, peel off a couple tiles and you know. You just see how it goes. You'll post it here. Summer, okay. Man, leakers, though. That sucks. Oh, yeah, I guess Okami 2 is going to be on the Switch, too. Ooh. Okami 2. Okami sequel. Oh, right, yeah, I was gonna say what we're doing today. Also, related. I recently got diagnosed for ADHD, so... so everything should make sense now. Okay, let me go on my little spiel really quickly. This is a stream for a Patreon project. I hope people don't just, like, cringe when they hear Patreon or they think, oh no, paywalls or something, because I want my Patreon stuff to be available to everybody. So I do have some things that are, like, special behind the scenes, exclusive member-only things. But the gist of it is that every year, for the last 5 years... because we're working on number 6. We're starting volume 6. I'm so excited. We're starting volume 6 today. I want this song to be really good. Okay, so every year I write a story, and then I make the soundtrack for it. So it's like an imaginary game. It's an imaginary game. So for instance, last year's album was called Tempered Force, and it was about this aquatic race called the Zaya, and there was a star that crashed into the ocean, and it tore open this interdimensional rift from whence emerged this terrible ancient kraken who had been previously sealed away. Well, now he's reemerged, and he was terrorizing the people and their undersea kingdom and terrorizing everybody. And then so our hero named Moran, he had to go on an adventure to try to stop it and to, like, seal it away again. That's kind of the gist of it. So that was last year's. And the year before that, we had Guardian of the Void Eye, where there was this ancient artifact that had this magician's soul sealed away for a long time, and then he emerged. People are just emerging. They're emerging all over the place. He managed to trick someone into letting him out of the artifact, and he tried to, like, take over everything. We had one about a half-elf inventor the year before who had to rescue her mother who was kidnapped because she had a special set of skills that was required for certain things. So if you're interested in any of those, I did write up a collection on... you can make collections on Patreon, which is pretty sweet. all the lore. I made like story posts. I took all the lore because every month I make a song, right? So I'm like, this month we're fighting the Kraken. This is the fighting the Kraken song. And then the month after that, it's the like, yay, we win, you know, ending credits song or whatever, right? So every month I'm like, this is this song. And then I'll write the little story snippet that goes with it. And I compiled all of those story snippets together for each year that we've done so far. And I put them in one big long post where you can actually read the whole entire story. And these are always public, so you don't need to be a member on there. You can follow me on Patreon if you want to keep up with things. The music does end up on Bandcamp as well. Like, I don't like paywalls. I don't like them, Sam I am. But I also want to be fair to the people who are paying, you know? So the way it works, like for instance, right now we're making the first song, right? We're making the first song for this album, for this year's project. And then next month, on the 6th, so on February 6th, everyone who's a paid member of Patreon is going to get a recording sent to them of this song. So it's $1 to pledge. If you want to, I want to do like a promo thing. I haven't decided yet, and I know it's kind of getting late, but it kind of snuck up on me this year, honestly. But I want to make some kind of bonus or something like that. But anyways, you'll get the song. So on February 6th, I'm going to send a high quality recording of this song that we're making today to everybody who pledges this month, basically before the end of January. I'll send it to you on February 6th. And then on March 6th, when I send out the February song to Patreon people, I'll put the January song on Bandcamp. So it will be on Bandcamp, it just takes a month, you know? So you basically get like a month of exclusive listening to it, you know? So that's the way I handle it, because I don't want to lock stuff. Like, I make music because I love to make music, and I make the music that you want to hear, you know, make the art that you want to look at, make the story you want to read, make the game you want to play, that kind of thing, right? So I make the music that I want to listen to. And then I try to ideally find other people who want to listen to it too. And I don't want to lock people out of that, you know? And like the reason I'm doing these like imaginary soundtracks is because it's nostalgic, partly just remembering like what it was like being a kid, you know? Nobody listens to when you're a kid, right? They'll like pretend to listen to you, but it's not like nothing you say is really super important for the most part when you're a kid. That's just how it goes. But when you get to play a game, you know, you get to pick out your first starting Pokemon, or you get your sword, you know, it's dangerous to go alone, take this, right? You're off on adventure. You are the main character. You're the most important thing. You can do anything. You get to be the hero, you know? And that's so exciting when you're a kid, right? Just you can do anything. That kind of excitement, that kind of feeling, you know? And I think that like when I hear Game Boy music and all this like chiptune stuff, it just reminds me of that feeling, you know, as being a kid, and you get to go on these adventures, and you know, you beat the Pokemon League, everyone's calling you champion. No one else is gonna call you champion when you're 10 years old, right? Like it's just cool. And it always makes me smile. And then I thought, well, if it makes me smile, maybe it'll make other people smile. So that's why I'm putting my music out there. I don't want people to have to pay for that, you know? But I also want to make a living and be able to pay my mortgage and stuff. So I feel like that's a good happy medium, right? There's Twitch, which you can watch for free. You can pay for it if you want, but you can still watch without paying for it. On Bandcamp, you can listen to all my music as much as you want. If you want to pay for it and you want to support it, you can. But you can listen as much as you want for free. You know, Patreon, you can read all my stories for free. If you want to pay to support, you can. You know, so I really think that... you know, I want to give people the choice, because I'm lucky enough to live in a time and place where I can just kind of put things out there, and there are generous people who are like, I like this, I want more of this, and I understand that it, you know, it costs money to be alive, basically, right? And like, here, that kind of thing, right? So that was a really like passionate speech I just jumped into, sorry. I love making stuff, though. I love making stuff. And I like it when other people make stuff, too. So, yeah. Discovering Mold in the Bathroom Walls song. Oh, no. Nothing wrong with Patreon. It's great to be able to support artists further when you enjoy their work. I agree. There's still a little part of me that always feels a little icky talking about money, but, you know, you gotta, right? So I'm still trying to get past that, even after all this time. Spooky album was so good. I'm glad you like it. That one was really fun. That was all inspired by the Game Boy camera. I got to make really spooky art. I got to take self-portraits and then graffiti all over them. One day you'll grab the discography. You'll probably want to wait for a sale. But I do sales once in a while. I appreciate it, though. Ruining the, the good rant with a big block of Kamiya text. No, it's all good. You already kind of, you know, had that coming. That's... That's really crappy. Those messages I just launched. Should be launched into space? I mean, the comments are nothing if not creative. That's pretty creative. The first one is kind of funny. Hope that the leakers walk home, find out that they had, I'm gonna just say dog poop. Find out that you stepped in dog poop. That's so... That's funny because that's not that bad. It sucks, but you can like clean your shoes, you know? And then the second one being like, they should be launched into space, and just like, whoa, that went from 0 to 100 really fast. Also, we got an ad in 10-15 seconds, and I'm sorry, I put it off as long as I could. Nothing I can do about it. Game Boy camera was home for you. That whole album, honestly, the What Are You Running From album and the whole Game Boy camera Game Boy camera is so fascinating to me. I never had one as a kid. I have one now. Now I just need to get a Game Boy printer. I would love... Oh my god, that would be so cool. That's something I wanted to do for a while, is get a Game Boy printer and then print stuff. I thought that would make really cool merch too, honestly. Like, I could print out, like, album art and stuff on little Game Boy printer things. I'm able to rip pictures off of the Game Boy camera. I have to see if I can put pictures onto the Game Boy camera. Otherwise, I'll have to get creative with it. So, sale plus Bandcamp Friday. Yeah. Oh, I meant to check on the state of Bandcamp Fridays. Are they doing more this year? Did you notice? Did they? Usually they're like, I don't know, I think a while ago I got an email like the future Bandcamp Fridays. They'll send those once in a while, because they started during the pandemic because so many independent artists were having to cancel tours and shows, and a lot of people were relying on merch sales and ticket sales and stuff to get by, right? And then all of a sudden you can't do any of that. It's like, dang, you know? Let me check the Bandcamp Friday thing. Is it bandcampfriday.com? It's not. It's over, stay tuned. Okay, so maybe they don't have one planned. But, yeah, Bandcamp Friday is nice, too. But I always thought the Game Boy camera was so interesting and spooky. So that's where I got the idea. I was like, I'm just going to make an album about it. And then I put a bunch of bonus art with it, too. That's the other thing. You don't have to buy my albums to listen to them, but I do put bonus goodies in there. I really try to... I try to thank people for supporting, you know? I have a sub-Discord to thank people for subscribing on Twitch. I do put some exclusive, like, you know, studio posts and extra music things. Not, like, published music, but, like, little... If I'm noodling around or something, little videos and stuff like that on Patreon to say thanks. I put, like... bonus goodies on the albums on Bandcamp. So it's like, you know, I don't want anything to feel like it's off limits, you know? Trying to do my best. Kamiya's always been passionate and easily annoyed by people, but hadn't heard anything from or about him since Bayonetta 3. Oh, wait, I wonder... I wonder what he said about Bayonetta 3. That kind of rings a bell. There was some drama with that one, but I don't really remember the details. You liked Game Boy camera more than Pokemon, to be honest. Game Freak has been down. Wait, did they do that too? That was also Game Freak? Dang. Game Freak is pretty awesome. Like, it has been downhill, I think, but I mean, I don't know. Since Game Boy camera, though, I think they waited a little. They were on the hill for longer than that. I think Pokemon Violet and Scarlet definitely started, kind of slipping a bit, you know? Let me see if I can do that thing. Oh yeah, I was doing this part. Yeah, that. Hey, that actually kind of... Yeah, that's not... That, no, stop. Okay, that's not gonna go there. That's gonna be here. I want something else here. And I think I just, we're gonna, I just want to start over with this one now. So we're starting off this year's album. And we're making, this song is about druids. So I don't really want to give away this year's story just yet. It's about love and death, not too much death, and sorcery, and a little bit of vengeance for a treat. I like that. I'm gonna use that for the spiel. A little bit of vengeance for a treat, just a little bit. Just a bit. And so this is our establishing shot, if you will. So you boot up the game, right? Imaginary Game Boy game. You boot up the game, and you're in this forest, and it's like a super mossy green, beautiful forest. Maybe there's a little babbling brook or something like that. And then there's these druids that live there, and they're called the Mosgar. And so this song is going to be called the Mosgar because it's about them. So, you know. Hang off to sleep. Thanks for the ADHD vibes. Much love for the project. Sounds amazing. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hope the ADHD vibes aren't too chaotic. Nice to meet you. Day now. I'm going to try to remember that, so that I don't have to ask you next time you're here and be like, how do I say that again? Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming in with the raid and everything. The drama with the... Oh, right, the voice actor, that whole thing. Yeah, I remember now. I remember that. She was causing drama. I remember that. It's many of the games you played as a kid. See? You see, that's why I do this. That's it. That's exactly it. Oh, yes. See? That's what I'm trying to go for. Hey, I don't think I actually put a link. Did I put a link to Patreon? I'm sorry if I did. Here's the link to Patreon. You guys can follow. Oh, I was getting the ADHD again. I was getting the story here. I don't know if I should share the story post or the collection that has all the stories. I'll just do the collection. Wait. Full stories. Here we go. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so here's all the stories. So there's Kemi's Adventure Party, 3, 4, and 5 are in there. And then I have pronunciation stuff. Oh, I even made a pronunciation thing for 6. Wait, that might be a draft. Never mind. You can't see that yet. And also, there's nothing in there yet. I think I just was like, don't forget to do this, future self. Oh, and then the bot has a wallpaper. Nice timing, bot, making it look all spammy. Sorry for the bot, his timing sucks. Anyway, Keepers of the Anagian Stone was one with a character that was inspired by my World of Warcraft night elf. So she's a half-elf inventor. She's got like a little robo mechanical bird that she made. And she has a bionic wolf friend and some stuff. So that's in 3. 4, Guardian of the Void Eye. That's with the mage. His soul was captured in this artifact. And he was sleeping for a long time. And then he ended up getting awakened. And then there's a dragon involved. I don't want to spoil too much stuff. But I want to give you in a nutshell what they're about. And then number 5, Tempered Force, is the one with our deep sea people and the kraken and everything. And our fishy guy has to figure out how to survive out of water. So he has no legs to walk on. So he's got to figure that out. And he also has no lungs to breathe the air. So he has to figure that out too. And then eventually they go and they fight the kraken and all this cool stuff. So if you want to read those stories, they're there. You don't have to pay or be a member or anything. If you want, though, every month when I send out the reward song to people, I also make a post. And then the post has the story. And then the post also has the link to the stream where I made the song. So if you really want to, you can dig up the song on the stream, because I'll usually play it in full near the end. So, you know, if you're not in a position to pledge on Patreon or you don't want to, but you still want to read the story and you still want to listen to the song, there's ways, you know. There are ways. I like it because it's cheaper than Twitch. Because some people want to support, and it's like, Twitch is expensive. I think in Canada right now, it's like $7 a sub or $8 on mobile. And if you've got like a few people you want to support, that really adds up, you know? So I have my Patreon is basically a pay what you want. It just starts at $1. So if you just want to like keep up, you just want to like, you know, I kind of think of myself a little bit as like an internet busker. So if you want to toss a loonie into my guitar case, you can, that kind of thing. Also, I'm in Canada. A loonie is what we call a $1 coin in case you don't. I don't know how. Is that common knowledge outside of. Do people know what a loonie is outside of Canada? I think someone once was like, what the heck is a loonie? A loonie, eh? Toss a loonie in my guitar case, in my Game Boy case. It's not even slang, that's just what it's called. Game Freak made the Yoshi Game Boy game? Aw. Creatures Inc. was involved in Game Boy Camera. That's it. Creatures Inc. is the other Game Freak. You went to Canada and came back with a loony? Wait, that's loony with a Y. That's a crazy person. Loony with IE is how we spell the money one. You only knew that because of it? Okay, so it's not like widespread knowledge. Okay. Or if you want to toss a coin to your Twitcher. I've heard that too. I think that sounds cute. That's kind of like what Patreon is. It's kind of like bits or something if you want. You can, and then you get something in return. It's kind of nice, so. Went to Canada, came back with a loony. You've never heard it before? Wow. We also have toonies. Although I think most people have two knees. Okay, I'll stop now. The toonie is the one with the polar bears in the middle. God, that is the most Canadian sounding thing. The loony, it's called a loony because it has a loon on it. Let me actually here. Can you get DMCA'd for animal noises? I hope not. Let me find real quick. Hey there, Face, how's it going? We're getting off track again. Loons are actually pretty famous. You've definitely heard them before. Here, let me... is it gonna, like... Hopefully it doesn't, like, play an ad or something. Let me see if I can...
And we're back.
Oh my god.
The team is looking down...
Shut up. That scared me because I thought I had it muted. Okay. Okay. That's wind noise. But you'll hear a loon soon. Do the loon thing. Oh god, that wind noise is really bad. You know, the woo, whatever that noise was, that's a loon. And they use it as like a spooky, I'm sorry, I think that was really loud. I'm sorry if that was really loud. I didn't, I just went to YouTube and I found like a loon video. But it's the spooky bird call that you hear. They'll use it all the time in movies and TV and stuff, and that's a loon. And we have one of those on our dollar coin, because we have coins for $1. And they go, or whatever noise that was, and it's really beautiful and haunting sounding, so they're really cool. And then the toonie has polar bears, and there's something really cute about the toonie. It used to have one polar bear on it, but now the polar bear has like a cub. It's just so cute. It's so cute. It's the two. It kind of looks like a Coca-Cola coin with like the polar bears. Yeah. It sings in a minor key. Yeah. A wolf bird. They're really cool. I like our coins. And the dime has a little boat on it. I always like dimes because I like boats. And the toonie is like spelled like T-O-O-N-I-E, like that. I think people also get thrown for a loop when they find out Game Freak's a third party. Yeah. I didn't know anything about Tumbo, but I know that actually did throw me for a loop a bit, because I always associate them with Creatures Inc. and Pokemon Company and Nintendo. I don't really think of them doing... I think I thought they were owned by Nintendo, or maybe they're not. It's the weird and a scary jungle bird sound. Exactly, yeah. Or a marsh or something, or... If you're close to Canada, it makes sense that you would hear it, but yeah. Toonie. Loonies and toonies are things, and we call them. It's not like that's slang. That's what they're called. A loony and a toonie. Otherwise, you just say $1 coin, I guess. Hey, Pokey, thanks for lurking. Hope you're doing well. Canada coin bear lore. We have cool things on our coins. We also have the caribou on the quarter. It's not a moose. It's not a moose. It looks kind of like a moose. It's a caribou. I'm the first Canadian you spoke to that likes our money. I love our money. It's so cool. Are you kidding me? Hey, nice second. Did you get first and second? I mean, I guess you gave everyone a chance. That's funny. No, I like our money. And our paper money, quote paper, I think it's all plastic now. It's all colorful. Americans call it Monopoly money. And I mean, yeah, basically. No, we don't want C. We want D and E. And then that's probably what we want. We'll try this. Thanks for the hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate with coffee this time. You can't stop me. Oh wait, do I have anything here? Oh wait, what if we do this? Oh! It's weird because this is only 3 bars. It's only 3 bars. I could do it 2 times. Probably should, and then I don't know what to do with 20 and 21. I didn't use those yet. Complaints that it takes a lot to buy. Well, aesthetically, I like our money. I don't like the exchange rate, but I like our money. But yeah, buying stuff from the States. Somebody said the Switch 2 is going to be about 400 US. That seems like a lot. I don't know if that's a lot in US, but I'm pretty sure that's close to like $600 Canadian. Let me see. 400? That would be, yeah, over $500 Canadian. Yep. Yeah, it's over 500 for sure Canadian. So hopefully it's not that much, but we'll see. Somebody said $3.99 the other day. How much was Switch 1 on release? I don't remember. But I think... I'm trying to think. My husband and I went to GameStop. This was funny. We went to GameStop when it came out. And we both we got 2 Switches. This was so funny. We walked up to the counter. It was like 5 or 10 minutes to closing too. Because of buses. That was just when we could get there, you know. We asked for, we're like, hi, you know, no, can we help you with anything? And we're like, yeah, we'd like 2 Switches, 2 copies of Monster Hunter, 1 Breath of the Wild, and 1 Mario Odyssey, please. And they were like, oh, is that everything? We're like, yeah, that's everything. And I think that was close to like $900 or something. I don't remember. That was like the most we ever dropped on one. We'd been saving up because we knew we wanted it. And then I think they had a deal where, didn't they have a deal at the beginning with like, you could get one of their games for like, I think it was buy one, get one half off or something, which is pretty ridiculous. It might've been 25% off. So we both wanted Monster Hunter, and I don't think there was a deal on Monster Hunter. I think it was the first party stuff. So like Mario Kart, Mario, Zelda, whatever the heck else was on Switch when it came out, you know? So, and like that's probably the best deal you'll ever get on a first party Nintendo game, unless they go 30% off like 5 years later. So that's kind of it. They'll just take 2 of everything. Pretty much. We're big Monster Hunter fans, so we had to get it right away. It was so exciting. US money, super boring. Yeah. The Switch one was like 300 US. That sounds about right. So it'd be 450-ish or something. Do you actually have that Illuminati pyramid on your money? Is it actually on your money? I thought that was only in like the Da Vinci Code or something. That's pretty cool. I would be, like, whenever I'm handling US money, I'm afraid I'm gonna give the wrong bill because they all look kind of the same. Here, you're not gonna accidentally give someone 100 because it's, like, bright orange. Or yellowy orange. You know? The money gets hot. The $5 is only, it's blue. And then $10 is purple. And then 50 and 100 are like red and orange. So you're not gonna give those away by accident. But it would probably be really easy to mug people too, because if you see a flash of red in their wallet, you know, you're like, oh, you got 50, huh? We don't know much about the Switch 2 except it has a kickstand. That's true, it does have a kickstand. That's funny. I don't think I ever knew you had the Illuminati thing on there. They're all over the place. I thought that was like fake money in movies and stuff. Is your guys' paper money still paper? Because our paper money is plastic now. So if you leave it out in the car in the summer, it can melt and your bills will like stick together. So that is definitely a downside. It needs to be really hot, but it, you know, contrary to popular belief, it does actually get pretty hot here in the summer. It gets very cold in the winter, and it gets very hot in the summer. It's like a woven material. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It seems papery, but it's like, yeah, probably a mix. I haven't handled American money in a long time, like paper money. Quote unquote paper money, because I haven't been to the States in a while, and I guess now you have credit cards, so you don't really, you know, need that. I find it funny how many American pennies I've found here, though. Like, even as a kid, there are American pennies everywhere. I don't know where they keep coming from. I mean, presumably the States. I think I want to not do that there anymore. There's some magnetics, magic enchantments and stuff, but it's still paper. That's funny, but I know what you mean. I wonder if this would be horrible if I put it to 110, because 100 feels just painfully slow. Now it feels really fast. Hang on, let me put it up too fast. Oh god, that's so fast. No way. Okay, now we put it down to 110. Maybe this part could be 100. See, that part seems too slow. Okay, so we'll do this. Yeah. And we'll put, I don't know, whatever tempo thing needs to be for 100. Wait, what? Why is this? What? What is going on? Okay, whatever. T64 was weird. There we go. Money has so much weird technology on it. It's crazy. Ours has like holograms and stuff. It's pretty cool though. So here I think we can make it faster because that is, you know. Oh, good old 128. What about, yeah, that might work. Lead 2. Do, 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 do. Yeah, there we go. Ba-dow, ba-dow. Do 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 do. One sec. Do 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 do. Do do. Wait. Do 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 do. Do, do, do. Something like that. Kind of works. Yeah, I like this. I like this hi-hat with this. Is it too loud for that other part? 'Cause... I think I'm just gonna call this one Sticks, and then the other one I will make into a hi-hat. It's always sketchy having, like, expensive bills on you, isn't it? Like... Even if I know they're legit, it always feels weird. I'm like, I better not get in trouble for this, you know? It's real, I promise. It sucked, too, being a cashier and then having to accept it, because you have to, you know, be like, sorry, we have to check this, and you have to get, like, whatever you use. It used to be like a little light or something that you would like shine on it, right? Or different. I can't remember. It's been ages. But, you know, you had to be careful with that. Okay, and then we go da 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 like that. Whoops. Oh yeah, and then I'm just gonna change that part entirely, I think. Oh yeah, we want a new instrument. I'm gonna make my own kick drum. Oh, we should be having a break soon because there's an ad coming up in 2 minutes and I don't wanna be working through it again. I think we forgot to take our last break. I'm pretty sure we did not take a last break, so we should take a break. And then if you want, we can listen to some of the tunes from last year's Kemi's Adventure Party. Let's see. Oh, probably. I have things playing together that were not really put together. They just kind of, it just kind of kept going. So there's probably something weird. Like I didn't really, let's see. The thing that's different about it is this takes like, or not this, this one takes 3 bars. So like the timing is off because it takes 3 bars to complete, and then this one takes like 4 bars to go because it's like G, and then D, and then E, and then G again. So when it loops, it doesn't quite work, right? So I could, if we just have maybe this part loop, that might work because then at least they'll line up. But the timing is getting shuffled around, right? You know what I mean? Because I think usually the way that you expect this to go is like do 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 do. So it's always starting with the high note, but like this is the second bar. and then it's like... So, like, the accent note is kind of moving around, right, with the rhythm? So, I want it that way. But I'll make sure it all works out. Way to keep an ear out, though. Alright, we'll be back in 5 to 7. Let's listen to Kimmy's Adventure Party 5. And, it's in that collection I posted earlier. I don't want to, like, spam you guys with links. You can do ! Patreon if you want. It'll bring you to Patreon. And then it's in the collections. And actually, I think it's the most recent post I made, or one of them. So it's near the top anyways, is the Tempered Forceful story. But let's start here, partway through. Because we listened to a little bit of it on stream this morning. So we'll start with track 4. No, 5. Start with track 5, the garden one. Okay, we'll be back in 5 to 7. Have a good break, you guys. Welcome back, chat. Welcome back. Hope you like them tunes. Hope you like them chippy tunes. Alright. Let's get back to this here. Let's see. I want to do something else with this. This is gonna be... I like this, but I want this to be like a different part, you know? If that makes sense. Okay. I want this to be like a bell. Kind of. Too loud. Maybe more in the background. Not that, oops. I think that's good. Now this sounds really loud all of a sudden. Okay, well, we'll figure that part out later. We gotta do this right now. I want to try something else with this. What if we do like, what do I have here for percussion though? Actually, that's kind of what I was thinking of. I really like this part. What do you guys think of this part? I like this. This is cool. I don't know how foresty sounding it is, but you know, I kind of like just that. What is going on with my controller today? My goodness. Come on. You know what I need to do this weekend, I think, is clean everything. Come on. Just clean. My keyboard is full of dog hair. My controller... I don't know, I've been using the same controller for like 5 years, so I should probably do something with that. You think it's dope? Nice. I want it to sound like it's a nice place. I think I want to put more little sounds in it to make it sound a little bit more like foresty. And I think I want the beginning to be a little bit more like moving maybe. Or something. What if... I'm just curious. Oops. What if I... Oh my gosh. What if I did something like beep bum bum bum? Because it just, to me it sounds weird. Like this, I know this is such a standard like 1451 or whatever. Let's see, but sometimes you do like 11445511. But either way, it's like you go, yeah, so 1451. But then starting with 1 again, I always feel like it should move here. like here, right? But then here, it, like the way it just continues, so. What about? Maybe. I'm not sure. I know that's just a, like, it goes in a... That might be. Put a Looney Loon in it. Maybe. I think they're more in like swamps and marshes though. They're an aquatic bird. Time to get a dust vacuum. I have like a little... Hey, if you guys have a recommendation for like a nice, super strong like mini vacuum, I've got a little teeny tiny handheld one, and it's okay. I use it for vacuuming my computer mostly. The keyboard, you can't really vacuum a keyboard. I have to take a picture of it first of all, so I remember where all the keys go. I haven't done that with this one yet. I've done my husband's keyboard a couple times because he eats chips at his desk, and I just, you know. He has a lot of good qualities, and I love him, but he eats chips at his desk, chat. It's the trade-off. You know, it's the trade-off. It's his one flaw. Is his keyboard always gets full of crumbs. Nothing I hate more than a nasty keyboard or game controller. Oh yeah, the grimy stuff. Ugh, gross. At work, sharing keyboards with people. Oh, it was bad. It was bad. At least mine just has dust and dog hair. There's no like spilled soda or coffee. There's no like crumbs of anything. Yeah, do you want ants? This is how you get ants. Should ask him that. Anyway. It's okay. You know, everything else about him is wonderful. So he had to have something, right? Otherwise, he'd be too powerful if he didn't get chip crumbs in his desk all the time. Yeah, no, mine's pretty bad. There's just like so much dog hair in it. My O key started not sticking, but it'll just like not work, and I'm sure there's dog hair like between the contacts of it. And the other day it was the L one at first, and then the O one started not working, and then the S. I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. But you know what? I love cleaning keyboards though. It's really, I guess cathartic might be the word. Oh, it's so nice. Vacuum EF goes in reverse too. Well, I already got one of those. You just... I'm just kidding. Did I make you cringe because you're thinking about all the spit that's in NES cartridges and stuff? Anyway, yeah, I love cleaning keyboards though, but to me it's like I don't put it off because it's a big job or it's a chore. I put it off because it's like a treat. You know, like, you know when you're like, man, when I have a day to just sit and play games, I'm gonna just sit and play whatever game for like 8 hours. I'm just gonna, you know, you just indulge it. I'm like, man, when I have a day, I'm gonna go clean my keyboard. Oh, it's gonna be great. You know? One time a beer spilled into the keyboard of your old laptop. Oh, God. Oh, my God. How did that happen, Rick? How did that... Who had a beer near the laptop, huh? How did that happen? I don't know. This magic beer just showed up out of nowhere, and I was like, no! And it spilled in the keyboard, and oh, man. You have an issue with your hands getting sweaty? You know what? I do too sometimes. I should see if the controller I use for Elden Ring is like grimier than the one I use on like Zelda. I wonder. But it's good to clean your stuff once in a while anyways, you know? You give your friends the controllers you use least. See, that's considerate. That's nice of you. You clean your keyboard for the first time ever and you were horrified? Oh, don't say that. I've had this thing for like 6 years and... It's pretty good though. 6 years worth of dog hair and it still works. My dog sheds like a maniac. Like, it's... I was looking at him the other day, like I was cuddling with him and I was looking at his hair and I'm like, this dog has no split ends. And it's because his hair falls out too fast to have the ends split. There's probably a whole dog's worth of hair. Maybe not in the keyboard. If we rounded up all the hair in the whole entire house, there's probably enough for a second dog. Like, he's not that big, but still. You used to drink. That was the last straw. You're like, never again. No more beer in the keyboard. I'm giving up alcohol. What keyboard do I use? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. It's a Razer Black Widow Chroma. V2 maybe? It might be the version 2. I love it. I love the Razer peripherals. I've got a Razer mouse too. The little itty bitty Viper one, because I have, you know, baby hands. So I have a Viper Mini. But I've got, yeah, it's the Razer Chroma, and it's so just, you know, it's so clicky and I love it. These mechanical keys, they're so oof. Oof. Brown switches are optical. I don't actually know because I haven't taken apart. Well, it's mechanical, so it wouldn't be optical. It's mechanical. I'm not sure if that's necessarily brown switches or if it has red is the other one, I think. I haven't done keyboard like rabbit hole plunging in a long time. I think brown is the really clicky ones and then also red. But I love this thing. And of course it's got the chroma. So you got the RGB in there. It's so good. And so I have like really cool, you know, quote idle animations on it too. I've got this like poison flame design that I designed where it's like purple and teal. Not sponsored. It'd be cool if they would sponsor me. They won't though. Yo, Razer. Cherry, that's it. The cherry switches are probably red. That's why they're called cherry, right? Wait, cherry blues. Never mind. Now I'm just confused again. You found a Black Widow in your garage last week. That's terrifying if true. But yeah, I love this keyboard. It's so good. It even it comes with a little. It came with a. Oh, I think I put it in my fidget toy bin. It came with a. It came with a keychain that's just a key, just a little clicky. You just, you know. Hey, my other... I shouldn't click these. These are macros. I don't want them to do anything, but, they're my OSRS key. Oh, they're just F keys. They don't really do anything. F keys don't really do anything for the most part. It's fine. But yeah, no, I love this thing. And it's lasted. I've been using it for like 6 years. The only thing is that the wrist rest had this really nice, smooth, soft, like fabric-y, squishy stuff. It's really nice. But it's been wearing off. Mostly over, like, near the WASD keys for some reason. I don't know. But underneath, the fabric is actually kind of nice. I was thinking of refinishing it with, like, a t-shirt or something. Or some nice fabric. But it's actually just really smooth underneath. It's not as soft. So I might just try to restore the stuff that's underneath it. Because it's just... I've got all these little black flakes all over my desk from, like, the stuff that's wearing off. But, I mean, it's 6 years old. Or... Actually, it was my husband's before. It's a handmade. This thing is so old, man. It's like at least 8 years old, I think. Yeah. So I was just thinking, yeah, it's probably like 8 or 9 years old now. So it definitely has held up wonderfully. And of course, you get the RGB stuff, which is very cool. I like rainbows and light shows and things. I'm so simple when it comes to stuff like that. The garage is empty and you don't see anymore, so you're not that scared. That's still scary, dude. Black Widows. Literally deadly spiders. I would be scared at all seeing one. I'm not that good, Drea. I don't know what that is, but you know what? If it does the job. I mean, I'm a very tactile and audio sort of audiophile kind of person. I love sounds and things that make neat sounds make me happy. So, I even have like an old light switch here somewhere. Let me see if I can... Actually, it's right here. I have this old like industrial light switch. Oh, you hear that? Oh, I should sample that and put it in a song. It also is higher pitch when you switch it on. Or sorry, off. I had it upside down. On, off. On, off, on, off. Yeah, anyway. Somebody just gave me that because they're like, you like clicky things, right? I was like, oh, yeah. Here's an old light switch. I'm like, yes! Awesome. It's great. I love keyboards, though. I don't know. This is as far as I needed to look. My husband has a Corsair, which is pretty cool, too. And luckily, because his is the one I have to clean all the time, the keys are like... I don't really know how to describe it. Like, the keycaps are, like, smaller. They don't come down as far, so you can actually kind of wipe under the keys without taking them off, which is great for interim cleaning. Your keys are hard to read. That's okay. You don't need to read them, right? You know where all the keys are. Right? Actually, there's a company called Das Keyboard. Just the most, like, German-sounding... Das Keyboard. Das Keyboard. And they have a stealth keyboard with no markings whatsoever. It's just completely black, and I really kind of wanted it for a while. But there's always that one key, right? Like, I don't want to count my F keys. Oh, was F5 the last one on the first group or the first one on the next group? There's an escape key here, right? Okay, which one's home and end? Is that, which one comes first? Insert or home, you know, or delete or end? Which, you know, that kind of thing. It's really cool, though. And I think it was really quiet, too. And then they had a super clicky one. Oh, I saw them at South by Southwest. I'm still mad because they had like a challenge where you could do like a typing test, and I think you could win a keyboard. I probably wasn't the fastest typist there, but what if I was? What if I was? What if just for that day I was like the fastest typist in Austin or something? Fastest typist in Austin. Wow, so Gotta do some shopping. Hey, I hope that something that you need is on sale. Or like your favorite treat that you can responsibly treat yourself with. Bald light switch desk toy. I love stuff like that. Typing class, we put a piece of paper over your hands, have you type that way? Oh man. I always kind of prided myself on that. I'm such a dork. When we did typing class, I'd be sitting there, you know, with my hands behind my head, you know, just like leaning back, being like, oh, you guys are you're still typing? Oh, yeah, well, I thought I might go get another drink from the water fountain. You know, you guys are slowpokes. Yeah, I always love typing. It's like, you know, I love typing. You literally just gave away a Stealth DOS keyboard. It's great till you need to press print screen like once. Yeah, right? See, that's the one. It's like, which one's print screen again? I had to look at my keyboard because I don't remember. You know, or messing up. Which one is, you know, what about Control and Alt? They're in weird sides on the right side of the keyboard, you know, that kind of thing. I'd like to think that I could use it, though. Just have a little cheat sheet nearby just in case, which would totally defeat the purpose. Thanks again for hanging out, Drea. Have a great weekend. And yeah, I hope something useful or delicious is on sale. Be fast at type A accuracy. Didn't matter. Hey, you want to know, you know, sometimes there's, oh, I was going to say why I was mad about the typing thing. The friend that I was with was like, no, we don't have time for that. I was like, but I could win a super sexy keyboard. She was like, no, we don't have time. We got to go do this other thing that I want to do. And I was like, yeah, so I'm still salty about that. Because I'm not really friends with her anymore. I haven't talked to her in years, but I would still be using the keyboard. Dang nabbit. Ah. Get out paint pens and put dots of color on the keys you forget. That's smart, and also it just completely defeats the purpose. I love it. Just put your own stickers on the keys. Eventually embraced just not being cool and bought a keyboard with labeled keys again. Yeah. Well, you know. Nobody can really see you typing on it anyways, right? It's just... Or what they gotta do is make a keyboard where you can't actually... Oh, they could make one that's all screens. That has to exist, right? So, like, imagine... You've seen the RGB keyboards, right? Like, everything lights up in a bunch of colors and it's awesome. But if there was one where when the lights are off, you can't see... That would be cool, because then you could always turn it on if you know, that would be fine. You have a Casio. Different kind of keyboard. That's funny though. Oh, one time I was at the thrift store and I saw like one of those toy pianos for kids, and the notes were labeled. They were incorrectly labeled. And I just feel so bad for whichever parent ended up buying that for their kid, being like, oh, this will help little Timmy learn music. He's a prodigy. They were incorrectly labeled. At least cross it out or something before you donate it. Come on. Oh, boy. Oof. Unless it's a transposing keyboard. I don't think that, you know, Fisher-Price makes those. Oh, boy. Tricky stuff. This is what we're gonna do, I think, for this part. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, here. I think that works. I could also have... Do. What do we have happening over here? Oh yeah, perfect. A and then B, perfect. Yeah. Or I could put it on like E, G, A, B, C. Oh, D would actually be the fifth. Is that better? Than D? Is D better than G? I feel like F sharp would almost be better, but I don't really want to... I don't want to do that. Yeah, we'll just go with that. I like that. Is this too loud? Nope, now it's too quiet. Oh, nice. Probably change this part a little bit. Get rid of the distractions. That works. That works. Oh, this is where I need to change it. Yeah, that's where we want to change it. Here, if we just... Is that weird? Let's try that. It works on this side. It doesn't really work on this side. Maybe we have to put it down to D. Try this. Oh. Why is that? Okay, wait, okay. D, G, F, E, D. And then this is supposed to be D, C, B, A. Okay, and then, oh. B. No. Do. Okay, I think this is... Let's try this. Okay, here we have... About 7 here. Okay, let me see if I can figure this out in a sciencey, music-y kind of way. This looks like it should be C. Is it just me or did that kind of work? I think that worked. I think C works. Yeah, I think that did work. What if we put... These are F. No biggie, they're kick drum, but I don't like that being F when we don't have F in the code. Alright. I think this is good now. Alright, I solved it. I solved it, chat. I got it. And then we have these over here, which are empty. I just remembered. Okay, and then... Hey, thanks for lurking. Thanks for lurking, Glass. Thanks for the triple whammy. Dang, it's almost break time already. How's it been 3 hours? What? 3 hours already? I wanted the beginning to be more like... emotional. Wait. Oh, wait. Actually, wait, yeah, wait. I don't really like that bass drum. I don't like that one. We could put the... Okay, yeah, let's do the triple whammy. Gotta stretch and stuff. Ugh. Ugh. Let me think here. I want to have a kick drum in there. I don't want to just be like I want a little bit of oomph, you know? This is probably the hardest thing for me, honestly, is doing like slow, kind of calm music. Because in my brain, I don't know if this is how other people perceive it too, but for me, I'm like, slow music is often boring. Like, I want there to be more to it, more moving parts. And I don't think that slow music is boring. Maybe just mine, I don't know. But I feel like when music is slow, okay, no, yeah, slow music is often boring. I'm sorry, it is. But, like, if I'm just sitting there listening to it, right? If it's like in a game or a movie and it like fits, it kind of sinks into the background and it just fits well. But then there's also like this rare time where there's music that's just, it's like calm, it's not too busy, but it hits just right. And I feel like that's harder to achieve. You know? I feel like any day of the week, you can be like, yo, Kemi, make me a dance tune. And I will make you like a catchy bop. Like a with like a cool, catchy melody, cool, fun bass line. I can do all kinds of crazy stuff in the wave channel, whatever. But for me, it's like when you have to slow it down and make something more like meaningful, maybe, if that makes sense. That's what I find the most difficult. So I always, so like I'm a little self-conscious, honestly, when I'm making like slower things, because I'm like, hopefully this isn't boring. You know? I always have that kind of in my head. I'm like, So, and then I want to have like more panning or little details and things. Come up with quick hi-hats and other percussion. Well, what do you think all these little, where did I put or in here, where all these are from? All these little... And I think that, like, yeah, it kind of sounds like a cheap way to do it in a way. Like, hey, just throw in some whatever, you know. Not that what you do is cheap. I didn't mean that. Because I do that too. It's like, I just need to put more stuff. But then it ends up, it's really hard to not end up just getting really busy, you know? Good job on finishing Kirby 64. That was fast, maybe. I'm not sure how long it takes. I haven't played that one. But I think that's part of it, is like my brain wants to fill up these empty spaces. And maybe your brain is like that too. It's like the empty space. But sometimes letting things breathe really helps. Part of it too is like, this is the first song on the album. It's the first impression. It's a lot of pressure. So I'm trying to make sure it's good, you know? It's a little tricky. I'll be honest. This might be one of the harder songs on the album. But I'm doing my best. I want to make it good. It doesn't have to be, that's the other thing, right? Is music is especially in this case, when it's like a soundtrack, right? It doesn't have to be catchy, you know? If you're trying to make like an earworm to get on the top of the charts and play on the radios and get stuck in people's heads, or put on commercials to make people buy stuff, like, then it's got to be catchy. That's the goal, right? That's not the goal here. But I think that that's the kind of music that I tend to like the best, is like catchy stuff that I can just bop to, you know? I appreciate that. But sometimes it's tricky, you know? You gotta make music. Man, this kind of sounds like everything, like against everything I ever say. Because I like to say, okay. I was gonna say sometimes you have to make music that you don't like. That's not really what I mean. So if you work for like a studio and they're like, yo, we need a song like this. We need you to make a waltz. And you're like, oh, I hate waltzes or something. I don't know. Whatever. Waltzes are cool. Oh, I should have made this a waltz. I should make a waltz section. That would be good. Just make a 3/4 time section. Why didn't I think of that? 3/4 always makes things interesting. Heck, make it a 5/4. Make a 5/4 bar somewhere. We got time for that, maybe. Anyway, you know. But on the one hand, there are people who will make music based on what they think will sell and what's popular. And you make music that you think people will buy, or they'll stream it on Spotify or whatever. You try to make stuff for other people, what's mainstream, what's popular. And you're making stuff that you don't like, and then you're miserable. But maybe you're making some money off of it, right? So there's that. And I guess like if you're stuck and you really need the money, I mean, I guess, but you're not going to be happy. So when I say you don't have to make music you like necessarily, it's more like you don't have to make music that's always your style. Like if I'm really into, like, I love making battle songs. They're my favorite, like boss fights and stuff. That's so exciting and it's so cool and it's so energetic, and you know, but the thing is, every song can't be like that, because the ones that are, they won't hit right. They won't hit right. The whole reason, like I've got, like on last year's album, we have this song called The Last Hope of the Zaya. Okay, and this one's kind of energetic too. But even this is, for me, like a calm song. This is the one, that was like my character's leitmotif at the very beginning there. But that's like where he comes home, he's got everything he needs, and they're gonna try to seal away the Kraken, right? So he's got everything he needs, right? He's got everything he needs. He's like, hey, it's time to battle, time to see if we can subdue this thing and put it away, right? So it's this kind of like, it's a bit tense. That probably wasn't the best example song. Or here, maybe this one. This is the city when it's like peaceful and nice and everything's fine. Here we go. It's supposed to be like a hard-earned peace. Like the people who live there live in peace, but they've had to work hard to maintain it. I hope you can hear me over the music, because Bandcamp's kind of loud. So that's kind of chill. But then when the Kraken emerges, this is the Kraken song. Volume's okay? Alright, thanks. You know. Like this. And I did weird things with rhythm. Hey there, cuz. See, that's an example of where you have like a melody that doesn't fit nicely into the bars that you have. And we're talking about music theory and stuff. And how I find it hard to make calm songs. I always want them to be like that one we were just hearing. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What are you up to today? I bet it just says retro and I have to guess. What the? What retro were you doing today? Also, are you getting the new Donkey Kong? You've probably played it a million times, but it's remastered now. Also, I read your stuff, Pat. I just didn't really have anything to add to it. But hopefully the rest of your randomizer works out well. Counterpoint's a big thing in your music, like to oscillate between two varieties that work together, then a bridge sometimes gets wedged in there. I feel that. I feel like we make music in very similar ways, in a way. Because, like, I'll be making something like this and be like, oh, it sounds boring. I gotta put something exciting. And then I'll put something exciting. And I'll be like, oh, that comes out of nowhere. So then I'll just stick a bridge in there. Yeah, we need something. Super groovy. I'm glad you like it. Hey, Tinkdora, how's it going? Good to see ya. Talking about ROM Hack of the Year 2024. Then tried to beat one of the Japanese OSU-DS games. That sounds familiar, but I haven't seen one of those in a long time. New Donkey Kong? I'm sorry. It's an old Donkey Kong, but they remastered it for Switch. Donkey Kong Country returns again on Switch. It came out yesterday. Not a huge Returns fan? Oh, 90. I'm like, 90 after tax. Oh, okay. It's not a Tears of the Kingdom price, but yeah, it's expensive. We were also talking about Canadian money earlier, about loonies and toonies, and chat didn't believe me that they're real. So I played them a loon call, and now they're convinced. Wouldn't it be cool if our money actually made this sound like a loon? That would be such a Canadian thing, if the loony was also a whistle that somehow that, like, made a loon noise. Yo, hey, Pat! Hey, how's it going? Yo, back-to-back raids. Nice. Hey, Thanatos. Often we judge ourselves way too harshly. I agree. I agree. But also, I also recognize my shortcomings. No tax if you buy physical. Or less tax. Hey, thanks for the bits. What may be one man's trash may it be as well one's own gold. Hey, that's a different... Nice. I shouldn't have read that off OBS. It literally spit up the word B, which is only 2 letters. It couldn't decide what line to put it on, so it put B and then E on the next line. Weird. ROM Hack of the Year for you is Mario Builder 64. Was that the Mario Maker, but the 64 version? Like the 3D Mario Maker? Is that what that was? Also, we do have a tax break for a bit. So, a little bit of a tax break. That's a nice quote, Thanatos. I haven't heard it said like that. I like that. It's a bit different. You want to hear what we're making? We're making a Patreon song. We're starting our new story for the year. You feel like DK Platformers as a whole didn't really play the game on both prior releases it had? Oh, only... Yeah. It's not worth buying again, is what you're saying. If you already have it, don't buy it again. But if you're like me, and I mean, I had it on 3DS, but didn't do much. Or if you're a streamer and you're making content. It's a cool Majora's Mask ROM hand called Pumpkin Tower. Ooh, that sounds cool. maybe I'll check that one out. I hope your stream was fun. It sounds like it was. We've been talking about like Switch 2 and Canadian money and I don't know what else. But here, I'll play you what we have so far. So this is the theme for my druid people. There's this druid clan. They're called the Mosgar. And they live in a super mossy forest. And so I'm working on their theme. So that's what I'm doing here. You're guessing 500 Canadian for Switch 2? Yeah, somebody said $3.99 US, so we're looking at anywhere from $5.50 to $5.80 or something. Oof. On a related note, I have seen tip jars on streams before, and I'm thinking I might be implementing one of those shortly. Maybe. Usually buy remakes to play and compare to the original. Everyone's got their own opinions on that, right? It also depends on what you can afford. Because, like, sometimes it's just, like, you know, it depends what they do. Sometimes the remakes are crap. They just ruin it, and you hear from other people that they ruined it, so you don't really need to, you know, bother with it. But sometimes it's like when your favorite game... Like, Mario RPG is a good example. That's an old one. It hasn't seen any remakes ever, right? And then they launch it on Switch. So it's, you know... an example of one I think is probably not worth it is like The Last of Us, right? Because that one just came out, and then on the next console, right? Wasn't it on like PS3, and then they remade it on PS4, and then they remade it again on PS5 or something? I don't. It already looked phenomenal. I don't know. I didn't play it though. But I feel like in a case like that, they better put a ton of like extra behind the scenes stuff, concept art, soundtrack things, whatever they can. It felt like it was really soon after, like the game already came out. Why are you remaking it already? That was my stance as someone who didn't play it. Mario RPG was like a long time. A long time. It was totally, like, total overhaul, right? And they added different mechanics and things, right? I think they changed things a little bit. They added new settings. There was, I think, bonus art and content and things, right? So that's really, in my opinion, that's the kind of remake that's super worth it, right? Metroid Prime, maybe, depending. I mean, that was remade on Wii, so maybe if you missed the Wii one, if you had the Wii trilogy, I don't know if you necessarily need to get the Switch one, although it is cheaper than other AAA titles on Switch, and it was really nice. That was a good one. Super Mario RPG was never released in Europe. Oh, today I learned. Fun fact, only got it on 3DS because of what I think was a Club Nintendo thing where you got a free game if you got Paper Mario Sticker Star. That's funny. Sticker Star. I kind of want to be the person who likes Sticker Star, but I don't feel like playing it, so I don't think that's me. Metroid Prime is so pretty. It's really pretty. And depending on... I like how it has all the control schemes, so you just pick what you like. I'd like to think, too, that... Like, I don't know how the original motion controls were, like, when it was on Wii, but I'd like to think that the motion controls are, like, tighter and better on Switch as well, so, you know. And they put a ton of extra concept art. They put the whole soundtrack in there and, like, everything. So... Remakes are very much case by case. It depends, too, on what you owned. If you never had it, like, you know... If you never had it, I mean, I never had Mario RPG, so it was a no-brainer for me. Well, I say that, but I think my husband has the Wii U Virtual Console one. But still. And it depends a lot on budget, too. Like, honestly, if you can afford to just buy every game that comes out, then why not? But if you can't, you gotta kind of pick and choose how much space is left on your Switch shelf, that kind of thing. Switch just has better motion controls overall. You're the weirdo that uses them. I loved them in, like, Origami King. And I love them for, like, Zelda or anything where you have to aim. To me, the gyro, just that little bit extra. Like, I don't like aiming with a, you know, joystick. The little bit, when you're, like, especially in bullet time. I love how everybody calls it bullet time, even though it's, like, it's funny. There's no bullets in that game. Anyway, it's just so good. Because you can get, like, you can use the joystick to, like, whip around real quick to look at what you're, and then you fine-tune it with the gyro, and it feels so good. It also feels more realistic. Like, it feels like you're actually aiming the bow instead of just telling Link where to aim his bow. You know what I mean? It's, like, a tiny difference, but to me it's impactful enough. I want to play Skyward Sword. I have the Skyward Sword HD thing. I just want to get through some other Zeldas first. Although, it's technically the very first one in the timeline, I think. Unless, I thought they made one that was a prequel to it, but I can't remember. I guess I can kind of play that one whenever, right? Or is there a recommended time to play Skyward Sword? Are there other games I should play first? I kind of thought I would play them in, like, release order. So that I would play Skyward Sword, like, after Wind Waker and stuff. And Twilight Princess. But I guess I don't really need to, story-wise. It's the very first one. So... Right? It comes first, even... Isn't it kind of a prequel to the OG Zelda? So... You prefer to play Skyward Sword with the motion. Yeah. It's funny, I didn't even read the rest of your comment. Maybe I saw Skyward Sword in my peripheral vision, but I always think about that when I think of motion controls. Timeline-wise, there's nothing prior to Skyward Sword other than a mini manga in the Hyrule Historia. There you go. I guess it would just be things like, if they had Koroks, for example, or stuff like that. That sort of thing would be like, oh, was this around at that time? I don't know, but I mean, OG Zelda's one of the last thing. Yeah, just the ones that are connected. I forgot that 2 was actually a sequel to 1. Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and then the Hyrule Warriors trilogy, which actually it's not really the Breath of the Wild trilogy. Does anybody refer to it as that, or am I like the only one? I don't know where the original Hyrule Warriors goes in the timeline, because I haven't played it because it's got spoilers from all the Zeldas I haven't played. Age of Calamity, though, whew, man, is that a good game. And then that one is the prequel to Breath of the Wild, which made Breath of the Wild so hard to play for me because I played Age of Calamity first, and I made good friends with all the champions. You know, Mifa was like one of my best friends. She was always there. And Urbosa, I got to play as Urbosa, and she kicked so much butt, and like, you know, and then in Breath of the Wild, they're just all dead, and I'm like, what? This is so wrong. I was like, I won, and I beat, what's his name? Aster? I beat Aster. What the heck? We won. We beat the game. Why is everyone dead? You know, and they're all like, oh yeah, 100 years ago, they all died. I'm like, no, they didn't. We won. I beat the game. We won. We just, ah. So it's the bad ending to a game that I played and got, like, the good ending. So that was funny, but sad. I got so emotional playing Breath of the Wild. Probably because of that. And then Tears. Oh, Tears. Good old Tears of the Kingdom. I've got almost 700 hours on it now. I think my Switch said, like, 660 the other day. Yeah. There's a whole ship thing from Link's Awakening being from Oracle Games. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of weird stuff, huh? OG Hyrule Warriors is very much non-canon. It's just its own separate entity. It's just like a side story that like didn't technically happen. I guess Age of Calamity didn't officially happen either, but it did. It totally did. It was one of the timelines. They're like, no, it's not canon. I'm like, no, it's totally canon. It's just the timeline where everybody did not die. So now I want to play Breath of the Wild, but with everybody alive, which is basically just doesn't exist because it wouldn't, you know. Anyway, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Oracle, all the same Link. You guys can say that till the cows come home. I'm not going to remember, but I'll try. Just keep drilling it into my noodle. Hyrule Warriors almost seems like a best of, you know, like a collection, just a random Zelda collection. Just put all this stuff in there. But it spoils stuff from the major titles. Yeah, so. Does Age of Calamity explain things that are in Tears of the Kingdom? I think you just answered me. There you go. So Age of Calamity, if you beat it, you win and everybody survives. But in Breath of the Wild, everyone is dead because Age of Calamity didn't happen that way. It's like as if you didn't finish Age of Calamity, which is kind of funny because a lot of people probably picked up Age of Calamity and were like, oh, I'm a Zelda fan, not a Muzo fan. This isn't for me. Maybe it made people feel bad. See, this is what happens when you don't finish Age of Calamity is all the champions die. And now you get to be sad in Breath of the Wild. And then Tears of the Kingdom is, I don't know how long after Breath of the Wild. They don't really say. Do we know how much time passes between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? I think it's somewhere between like 5 and 10 years. Because like some of the kids are grown up. But there's nothing crazy. Sidon isn't like an old man or anything. I mean, he's like 140, but still. Age of Calamity is non-canon, but it works if you want it to be headcanon. I find it so weird because it should be canon, but like a different timeline. So if it was a different timeline, like, I don't know. It could be a canon or a non-canon alternate timeline. But it's like, do they have another timeline then when everybody died? And like, you know, it's weird. Greatest hits, that's what I was, yeah. That's what the Hyrule Warriors felt like, the first one. I think I played a tiny bit of it, but I didn't get spoiled because I didn't understand anything because I wasn't really into Zelda yet. Thought it was 100 years. It's 100 years from Age of Calamity to Breath of the Wild. But from the end of Breath of the Wild to Age of Calamity, I don't know. If you want Age of Calamity to be headcanon, it works if you take it as a split timeline deal. That's exactly the way I see it. It seems like it should be canon. Why wouldn't it be canon as like a split timeline, you know? So, I don't know. It's like 5 to 10. They never really said specifically, right? Because after Breath of the Wild, I guess it's assumed that Link moves in with Zelda, or Zelda moves in with Link. But then Link gets his own house anyway, which is funny. Yeah, Zelda never does split timelines. See, Thanatos and I are on the same kind of idea that, like, you know, they're not relevant to main timelines. I think that's, well, the OG Hyrule Warriors just seems like its own, like, the greatest hits, like Cuz said. But Age of Calamity very much feels canon just on the timeline of, like, the good ending, which we never see. Because Zelda likes bad endings. Because if there's no bad ending, there's no, like, if it's a good ending, there's no reason to have a sequel because everything's fine, right? Hudson's kid? No, that's true, yeah. Zelda likes to be sad. True. None of the timelines are relevant to me starting the next game and swinging a sword at things. That's a good point. Yo, Storm, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Dang, it's like Raid City up in here today. Lots of raids. Everybody bringing over their wonderful communities. Appreciate it. How's Horizon treating you? We have an ad coming up in like 4 minutes, by the way, that I've been snoozing. But I'll, you know, so we'll take a break then, I guess. As far as Zelda lore, it's really weird. Also, I haven't played Zelda 1 or 2, so that might be spoilers for yours truly. So if someone wants to answer that in a vague way, that could be handy, I guess, maybe. But yeah, I love it's hard because I haven't played all the Zeldas, but I love talking about the lore. And you know what? I love that the Zelda lore is so, like, messed up, honestly. Tyler just freaking took the words out of my mouth. Feel like an anomaly. Think the timeline's kind of hogwash, but also know how it all ties together. I love how it. So yeah, I love how it all makes sense but doesn't. It makes enough sense to suspend disbelief, right? But then when you think about it, like, maybe I'm like naive. I haven't really found any like honest to goodness plot holes or anything. There probably are some, and this feels like a good time to just throw this in here real quick. Yo. The timing.
My sub number has reached the answer to life. Wahoo.
Wahoo. Well, he sounded so I thought he was gonna be like wahoo, but he's like wahoo. Thank you for the answer to life months sub. I appreciate it, Storm. Hope you're doing well. I just put a thing in chat at the same time as that. My bad. But those are the Zelda games I've played. If they're on that list, you can talk about them till the cows come home, because I think I've 100%ed pretty much all the ones that I've streamed. And I've streamed all the ones I've played with the exception of Link's Awakening DX, which I didn't 100%, but I 100%ed the remake, and I mean, that's not story stuff anyway. So you can talk about those ones as much as you want. But if you can please refrain from anything that might be spoilery from, like, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, you know, etc. Please and thanks. Majora was so good. You got stuck at the crazy tower. Wait, which crazy tower? I'm trying to think of the pumpkin tower? I think the legend part of the title should be taken specifically. They're legends that Hyrule tells to explain their history. Yeah, that's exactly the way I see it. The other thing is it's kind of the same story every time, but different. I just love it. It's so good. The way that, like, Link always, and okay, like, not always, right? But always has to save Zelda from Ganon, and they're all connected, the good and the evil, and I know it's not always Ganon, and it's not always Zelda, and whatever, but, like, you know, it's not even always Link. But they're always there. There's always, you know, they're legends. That's exactly it. I think it's so crazy, too, that this all came from, like, that one NES game. And it's like, did they have any idea? Did they have this all planned out from the get-go? Probably not. But it's insane. Most of it's true, but some details may be muddled. Yeah, exactly. Horizon Forbidden West is so good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're liking it so much. Had moving blocks or something, got stuck at a puzzle. I'm trying to remember towers. There's the, like, wait, this might be from Ocarina. I mixed them up because they're so similar. And I played them back to back. Hey, I hope you're having a good break. Actually, we should be taking a break. We have an ad starting in 45 seconds and I cannot snooze it. We should... Was it the... Oh, Stone Tower! Oh, that tall one where you have to... Yeah, that one. Duh. Stone Tower Temple Pilots. Yeah, that one. With the Smooth McGroove song in it. It's so funny. I listened to that song all the time on, like, Smooth McGroove's YouTube or whatever. And then I started playing Majora's Mask for the first time. I was like, oh, it's the Smooth McGroove song. I had it so backwards, right? It's kind of funny. The first game wasn't planned to be an open world game, but they had extra memory because of an accident making the dungeons. Oh, that's so cool. It's funny. Here, we got 5 seconds for ad. You guys can keep talking, you know, during break. I'm going to play more of last year's Kemi's Adventure Party album. And let's see, what part should I... Oh, we can play the last few songs from there. That'll be good. Yeah, okay. And we'll be back in like 5 to 7 or so minutes, you guys. Have a good break. Enjoy the tunes. This is the battle with the Kraken, by the way. Enjoy! Welcome back, chat. And there you go. That was the last bit of Tempered Force, last year's album, which reminds me that I didn't really talk about this year's album. We got a couple more raids and I didn't really say anything. Back to work. Hey, nice time. You got to hear some tunes on your break. Have a good rest of work. Thanks for stopping in. It's cool. Cool of you. You're gonna be AFK for a bit and listening? Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks for the lurk. So I didn't know all that about Zelda. That's cool. It's cool having extra space and you're like, oh, we can do some more stuff now. That's awesome. Let's wrap this one up. I should be ending stream in half an hour, but I think it might be longer than that because I want to make sure the song is really good and I also want it to be done. So we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Let's see here. So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So, yeah, good and done. Good and I want it to be good and done because I want to start. You know what I want to do is next week I want to be like putting out posts on Blue Sky and stuff, being like, "Hey, join Kimmy's adventure party. It's awesome, and here's a song that's good and done, and you can get it. You can have it next month if you pledge $1 little dollar." I'm gonna put that probably more eloquently, but I'll be like, yeah, pledge $1 in the next 2 weeks or so, and then you too can be listening to this, you know. So for anyone, I've been through it a couple times. I'm trying to what's the word? Concisify. There's probably a word that means concisify what we're doing here. So this is for Patreon, which you can find here. And so what I do on Patreon is I have my story every year. So last year was the story of Moran, like the fish guy, and we were just listening to some of his music from last year. And this year we're starting a brand new story. And it's like the story of a game that I've imagined in my head, right? And I'm not really good at programming or anything yet. So I lack the capacity right now to actually make games out of them. But I have the stories and I'm making the music. So, and then sometimes I make cool little pixel art of what the characters could look like and stuff like that, you know? So, we're starting this year's story with the Mosgar, which are a tribe of druids that live in this mossy forest. And they're very tight-knit, and they're very passionate and, like, close to nature kind of people, you know? Because they're druids, so obviously. And so this is the song before anything hits the fan, before anything goes wrong. This is just the establishing shot. You know, you just turn on your Game Boy, little ba-ding, and then you're loading in, and then this is your little village that you're in, this little foresty village where everything starts, right? So that's kind of like the cutscene that's going on. So that's where we're at right now. And so every song I make, every month I make every song I make a month. Wouldn't that be crazy? You just make a song and then boom, you get a whole other month of time just for life. That would be insane. Oh my god. Anyway, every month I make a song for the next part of the story. So everything is fine right now for this song, but next month stuff's gonna happen, right? So then we'll make the song for whatever happens next month, and then whatever happens the month after that, etc. So every month I make a song, and then by the end of the year we have the whole soundtrack. And if you go on Patreon, you don't have to pledge the $1 a month thing. That's just if you want me to send you the song when it's done and everything, and get the behind the scenes stuff. But you can just go on Patreon. You can follow me if you want to, like, see when I post the new lore updates and stuff, when I'm posting new story bits. But you don't have to if you don't want to. But you can go there and you can read the whole stories from the last 3 years. Because before that, I was doing a different system. Where I would have the Patreon people vote on stuff, because everyone was doing votes on their Patreon, right? That was such a good idea. You do a poll. People love polls. So I would do a poll, and I'd be like, hey, we're doing a new song for our adventure. Should it be a battle song? Should it be like a town theme? Should it be like a new character? You know, that kind of thing. And then the party members would vote, and then I would make whatever song, which was cool and it was fun. But at the end, it was just kind of a bunch of random game songs together, and it wasn't like, I tried to loosely tie it to a story, But it was basically like, oh, this is our hero starting out. You know? It was kind of like Mad Libs. Our hero is it's a grizzled retired hero pulled out of retirement. Okay, that's what chat voted on, or that's what the party voted on that month, right? So that's what we did. And then the next one is like, he goes to a peaceful village, okay, and he meets and then that kind of just like month to month kind of thing. And that was fun, and I liked it, but then the last few years, what it was I started playing World of Warcraft, and then I started getting all excited about, like, quest lines and all these characters and stuff, and I was like, I want to do this, and then I have these stories that I've been writing for as long as I can remember. I've just had this whole, like, fantasy world kind of in my head, just all these stories of all these heroes and things that happen, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to share those with people. So then 3 years ago, 3 years, whatever. For the last 3 years, so 2022, was the first year, and then 23, and then 24. Those three are specific, like, soundtracks for stories about actual characters. We're like, this is the story, this is what's happening, blah, 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 you know? Anyway, so we're making one this year. This is the 4th time we're doing this story, which is really cool. And so this year's about druids. And then here's our little calm, foresty song so far. I like this part. I like the other part too, but I like this part more. Nice moves. You got a lot of cool dancing modes. That one's DDR. I love DDR. Oh, that part could actually go after that. There's also this part. Does that go with this? I'm not sure what to do with that part. But then I'll probably go into this after. Or maybe this part. I'll be honest, one of my favorite things about being a music streamer is seeing people's like dancing emotes and stuff. Also, this, you know what, I've mentioned this before, but it's probably been like a year or two. But this might be really like silly and cheesy and whatever. But when I first started streaming, or before I even started streaming, when I decided I wanted to start streaming, I would see like big streamers and they'd go on break and they would have break music and their chat would just be full of people spamming dancing emotes. And I was like, wow, that's so cool. It's like a party. And I was like, man, one day I hope that I have people like just doing dance emotes like crazy during break time, you know, or whenever I'm playing my music. So, and now people do that. So that's like a little teeny weeny dream come true. I don't know if that's like super cheesy or whatever, but it's, you know. So thanks for like dancing. Thanks for dancing. I know you're dancing in real life. It's not. But thanks for putting your little like dancing emotes and stuff. It just makes me so happy to see that. It's so cool. I haven't like performed live or anything, and if I'm honest, I'm not really sure how you do that. It's all on the Game Boy, so you just press start and then you dance, and then hope that the crowd also dances, you know? But that's kind of what it feels like in a way. You know, it's just wholesome. It's just wholesome. Yeah. Heartwarming story. Not too like, I don't know what the word is. I don't know. But yeah, so I always like that when people dance during breaks and stuff. Yeah, we're still going. You got your shopping done? Was something good on sale? I hope there was a good sale. That's what I always hope for when people are like, I'm going shopping. I mean, I say it all the time. I'm like, I hope that your favorite treat is on sale or something. But then I'm like, wait, maybe you're trying to avoid, like, treats. And I thought, oh, maybe that's not... So it's like, I hope that something that you need is... I hope something on your list is, like, surprise on sale or, like, rings up cheaper. You know when you're going through the cash and you're, like, adding up, you're like, okay, all this stuff should cost about this much. And then it's, like, cheaper and you're like, whoa, what? And they're like, oh, yeah, this thing was on sale. There's a coupon or something. You're like, oh, dang, nice. Cool. Some plastic drawer thingies. Plastic drawer thingies. Plastic thingies that go in drawers or plastic thingies that are drawer, like, shaped? Because I really like... I have, like, one of those drawer towers on wheels. You know, it's just it's just, like, a bunch of drawers on wheels. I love those. Or the little itty-bitty drawer things. Those are really good for tiny things like jewelry or odds and ends or Game Boy parts. Plastic drawer sets. Nice. You got some what? Some macas? Did I say that right? You got some treats. You got some treats. Treats are fun. Gridfinity? Hang on, chat. I need to stop stream for a I'm not stopping stream. I need to pause. I need to... Gridfinity. That sounds fun. It's modular? Oh my god. That looks like an organizer's, like, paradise. Oh my god. What? Oh my... It looks like a nightmare, but also... How does it look like the best and worst thing? Wow. That's where you need to know... That is literally the definition of, you know, a home for everything and everything in its home. When you have, like, specific things that, like, exactly fit the things that go there and everything goes exactly in the spot. I can't decide if I'm overwhelmed or intrigued. I think I'm both. I'm overwhelmed and intrigued. I like modular stuff. I like the Billy bookcases from IKEA. They're everywhere. They're in basically every room of the house. And you can do whatever you want with them. You put the shelves on them wherever you want. You can put doors on them. You can put whatever. I have a lamp in one of them because I saw a lamp in a bookcase once and decided it was really cool and I wanted to do that. So I have a lamp in there with an LED light so it doesn't get, like, hot and, you know, in trouble. Working on 3D printing a bunch of that stuff. Oh my god, that sounds so good. I gotta get me a 3D printer. That's another thing on my wish list, my to buy eventually list. I just keep telling myself the longer I wait, the better the technology will be and the cheaper it'll be, you know? It'll come down in price and the quality will go up, but that would be cool. 3D print some stuff. What? Your 3D printer? It kind of seems like a thing a lot of people would buy and then change their mind about. Because either their house is now full of plastic stuff that they don't need, or they decided it's not as useful as they thought it would be. I thought that would be another neat thing to do for merch, too. Just 3D print some eels or something. Or make the plans in, like, Blender. I think that's how it usually works. You gotta make a 3D model or download them. I think most people don't model their own stuff. They just download, like, blueprints for it, and then it tells it what to print. That kind of thing. But I always thought that would be super cool. Okay, what was special about this part? Okay. This is the long thing. I don't know if I want that part playing twice or if that's too much. Thingiverse! I've heard of that one. Printables make sense too. The idea that you can just print, like, anything is so insane to me. It's crazy. You can just print whatever you want. That's insane. And all we need now is food printers. Just print a cheeseburger, some fries. Man, it's just a matter of time. They're the little Willy Wonka, like, meal gum. That's what it'll be. It'll just... It'll be like... It would probably be really gross, actually. I'd rather have the little itty-bitty pizzas from Back to the Future. That would be kind of amazing. I could just have, like, a decade worth of pizza. They'd all be, like, itty-bitty. In the freezer. Just a decade worth of every food. And it won't go bad because technology. Because the freezers will just, like, cryogenically freeze the food. 30, 35. Maybe. I mean, I think... Like, I think that 3D printing food would be possible pretty much right now. I don't think it would be that big a stretch. It would just be like, what are you printing it with? You know? You know how, this is a bit of a stretch, but you know how we had like easy bake ovens? And you have like the little mixy thing? You know there's a little mixy thing that has like the flavors in it and whatever? It would kind of be like that, I think. Meat gets cooked as it comes out of the hot end. Make it sound even more appetizing. Like, what about, you know, but I guess, okay, maybe not meat and like weird perishable stuff, but like bready things, like baking. What if you had a baking pen? Okay, hear me out, chat. This is probably my best bad idea ever. But you know how you have like it's a plastic pen basically, right? It like well, that's a 3D printing pen. You guys have seen those 3D pens, right? I don't know if they're hot or whatever. It looks a lot like just drawing with like a glue gun. I think it just heats up this like plastic like rope stuff and you just kind of pile it in whatever shape you want. Imagine that, but with like dough. And it would just bake like right away. Or maybe it like bakes when it's exposed to oxygen. Or what if it was like UV? My mom used to get her nails done and the glue was like UV activated. What if we could do that with food? You just like flash it with like a UV light and then poof, it's baked. Not even for 3D printing food, just in general. Have like a little, like the forgetter thingy in Men in Black. Flash your food and it's cooked. Real sensu beans, a pill that gives you all the nutrition needs and the exact calorie count for a day. Only thing is life would be boring without food. You'd probably feel hungry a lot. Yeah. But a kind of bean or some kind of food that it would be like tofu, except tofu's got kind of a bad rap. People love tofu or they hate it. But imagine tofu, but like something that like an ingredient that it just is everything. So it would have all your vitamins and all your minerals and everything that you need. You know, and it would, I guess it would be kind of like, you know how when you get fountain drinks, there's like the different buttons for the different flavors? It would kind of be like that. It's basically all of the technology combined. You could probably design a thing that prints baked food. I would be really interested to see that. Want that knife that cuts bread to toast from... Oh! From hitchhikers? Hitchhikers? Dang. I think you can do that, though. Can't you just superheat a knife? And then everything... It would be better on bagels. Maybe. Coke Freestyle, but food. What's Coke Freestyle? Is that like some 90s thing I never heard about? Coke Freestyle? It's like a... Or is that like a home... The touchscreen... Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Like that. Like that. Do we have those here? What the heck? Wow. Coke owns Fanta? Oh. Now I know. But yeah, that kind of thing. I still like the little itty bitty pizzas in Back to the Future though, and then you put them in the oven and they go whoop, and giant pizza in like 30 seconds. Crazy. You knew I was gonna ask? I just don't get out much. Is it a new thing? I haven't been in a fast food restaurant in... I can't actually remember the last time. It's been at least 5 years, I think. Yeah, we have Fruitopia. Like, last 10 plus years. Yeah, I probably haven't. Jody just knocked on my stream. Hey, I guess I didn't turn off that. I wonder if he was trying to raid me. I was like, what? Do I want to collaborate on The Witcher 3? I almost said yes. I was like, sure, I don't know how this works. Or maybe he's... Wait. Or is he just... What is he doing? How long is he... is he knocking on my stream? Knock, knock, knocking on Kemi's stream. Oh, yeah, he's been streaming for 5 hours. He probably was... I don't know. Maybe we're about to get a raid. I was like, what the heck? Wait, there's an ad starting right away. Let me play it now, just in case. Just, you know, here. Sorry, guys. Sorry, ad. My bad. Maybe... Maybe he was trying to, like, click in my chat, but then he, like... I've done that before. Or I've almost done that. The knock thing is really obtrusive, isn't it? It's, like, right there. And you can't disable it. The only way to turn it off is to set it to favorites only, and then just don't favorite anybody. And I was like, should I do that? But then if somebody knocked on my stream wanting to collaborate, I don't know. I could say yes. I don't know what that does. Has anyone tried it? I think a few people in this community have tried it. Where you like, it does shared chat, and I don't know what else. I'm not sure if you... Do I start hearing the sound from his stream? I don't... You've done it many times? What happens if you knock? Okay, if you knocked on my stream, what would happen if I hit, like, accept or whatever? What happens? I know we get shared chat, which is cool. Yo, Jody! Thanks for the unexpected raid. I saw you knocking on my door. I'm like, what are you doing? Do I want to collaborate for Witcher 3? I was like, what? I wonder if he's trying to raid. So I started an ad just in case, and it's got 10 seconds left, but I don't know. I really don't know what happens to ads when you raid. It's an easy way to get video or sound if you want. I have no idea. What happens? It opens a pop-out window on Twitch? You tried it a few times, never had it work right? Maybe I'll try it one of these days. Shares viewership. I've seen that. Yeah, where everyone's combined. Yo, how's it going, Jody? Hey, welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Maybe people should always knock on my stream before they raid, and then they're like, hey, play an ad now. I'm coming in a minute and a half. That's so funny. Sorry about the knock. I'm trying to peek. You know what? I almost do that so many times. Because I'll click... What I like to do... I have a button on my stream deck. So I'll click... If I was raiding you, right? When I raided you the other day, right? I click in your chat thing. And then I push a button on my stream deck that puts my raid message in your... In where my cursor is. Which would be in your chat. And then it posts it in my chat. So that people can grab it, and then once we raid over, I just have to hit enter and, like, send it, right? But that knock button is, like, so dang big and just obtrusive. It was just a matter of time. But it's funny, because I had an ad that was coming up in, like, a minute or something, and I thought, oh, dang, I wonder if Jody was trying to raid. Let's play the ad first, and then that way we don't have an ad immediately after the raid. So it actually worked out. It's pretty funny, though. It worked out. How was Witcher 3? Good for party things like Mario Party? It sounds good. Hey, Solar Labyrinth, welcome in. It's like Discord or Zoom built into Twitch. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea how that works. One of these days I'll have to do one. We'll have to set something up with somebody just to try it. Because I want to see how it works. I do want to do, like, co-streams. That was one of my goals for the new year. This year, I want to collaborate, because I don't really do that. Because I'm shy, and I am socially anxious. That's the main reasons. So, you know. No idea what the knock does on the streamer's end, else you have to re-click the button to cancel. But you didn't realize that? Hey, it's all good. You know, we both learned something. So I appreciate the experience. So on my end, I assume it looked the same in... Oh yeah, I have my Twitch chat in OBS. So there was like a thing along the top, like when you have a hype train. And it was like, the Jody Street wants to collaborate. And I was like, I don't think he does. So I'll just let it... I'll let him cancel or whatever. And you did. Education. Yeah, so now we both learned something. I'm glad. I'm glad that you clicked that by accident, because now we both learned something. Someday I might know how it works. See, in my little noodle here, let's say Jody and I were gonna play, probably not The Witcher, because I don't think it's multiplayer. What if we were gonna, I don't know, some multiplayer game, right? Or okay, in the past I have done co-streams, and what I've done is I will call the person on Discord, right? So like, let's say I'm streaming with Freak, right? I'll call Freak on Discord, and I'll be like, okay, let's launch our game. Let's get connected to each other. Make sure it's working. I will check my little test video in OBS. I'll check it, make sure that his voice comes through the stream. My voice is good. The game's not too loud. Alerts work. All that stuff. I'll test it all. Okay, good, right? And then it's really awkward because I'm like trying to start stream, but I'm also talking, you know, so you got to have like a mute button for Discord or whatever, you know, so that he doesn't, whatever, right? Or a mute thing that, oh gosh, I would have to be able to talk to him, but then mute the stream. Yeah, see, I don't know. It gets complicated. Although if it's Freak, I'll just mute everything and I'll yell because he's in the other room. But if I was streaming with someone who's not in the same building, you know, then I don't know. And then you start streaming. But I think they're always a little goofy. Honestly, I don't think anyone expects, you know, it's always a little bit weird. Even the big streamers, I've never seen a streamer, no matter how big, ever smoothly start like a multiplayer interaction, right? They'll be streaming something and then they'll be like, okay, I'm going to call so-and-so on Discord. They call, they wait for them to pick up. They're like, hey, how's it going? Oh yeah, hi. You want to play some of this? Yeah, okay, let me just log on, whatever. Oh no, I got an update. You know, there's always something. So I think I just stress myself out about it and it's not that big a deal. Yeah, it's always a bit janky. That's true. I think for me, I would have to figure out the audio sources properly so that if I want to mute Discord, because that's the other thing. If I'm streaming, if it's like someone who's just playing with me and they're not streaming, I don't really care. But if they're also streaming, then I feel maybe it's just the Canadian in me, but I feel like it'd be rude. Like Jody, if we were collaborating on The Witcher 3 or something, and I get a raid or somebody subs, I don't want to be saying, oh, thanks so much for a bajillion month sub. That's so awesome. You know, I appreciate that. I don't want that coming through on your stream, right? So I would mute Discord or whatever so that I can thank the person without it going through your stream, right? And then I would also have to probably be able to mute the stream so that I can go on Discord and be like, oh, hey, Jody, I'm, you know, the dog just threw up, so I'm gonna have to go after this one or something, right? I don't need to necessarily broadcast that or something, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's nice to kind of do stuff like that, but I find it a little confusing. Need to sort your sources too. You have desktop audio and mic. That's exactly what, you know what I do? I have all of my audio sources are monitor only. And then my headphones are monitor and whatever, monitor and output. I was like, what's it called again? Monitor and output. So literally everything just monitors in my headphones and then I broadcast what I hear in my headphones. So I know that you're hearing the same thing as me. That's like, as, you know, maybe I should get like a Go XLR or something one day. I don't know. It'd be nice to be able to control everything separately and know things and, you know. Voice meter. I've heard of that one. It's an awesome audio mixer if you're using Windows. I am using Windows. So we're not going to share chat or fine. The shared chat would already be seeing everything, so that's more of a shared experience. Yeah. But I don't really know how the knock works. Like, if I accepted your knock, would your audio start coming through my stream? And so chat would still see all my stuff, but they would hear you? How do I put your screen on my screen if I wanted yours like little in the corner or something? Or a split screen kind, like I don't really know how that works. You juggle about 9 audio sources into 3 OBS sources. What? Actually, that reminds me, I need to fix my audio recording because I made that YouTube video about the Switch 2 and my voice was too quiet. Now, when I record a stream, like a VOD, I've got my voice on a separate track and the game on a separate track and the alerts on a separate track, you know? So if something's too loud or too quiet, I can always change it in post. But I couldn't do that because it just recorded everything on the same track when I made my video. So that's why the last couple YouTube videos I made, my voice was kind of being thwarted by the game stuff or whatever the video I was watching. Because I couldn't split it. And I was like, oh, so I have to fix that. When you do shared chat, I guess, and you know, I was thinking at first, I was like, shared chat is cool, but it would be nice if it said, this person's in Kemi's chat, this person's in Joe, you know, like in brackets. You know, so it'd be like Cousin Catnip in bracket, you know, Kemi or something. And then, you know, Solar Labyrinth in brackets Jody, you know. So you can see who's saying what in which, like, you know. But I also was wondering, thanks for confirming the shared viewership, because I will watch people who stream together. I've got like 2 or 3 or 4 people who often stream together, and I'm like, do I need to lurk in all of their streams to count? If I'm in any one of their streams, I count as a viewer for all of them, right? But not for partner. A new pop-up widget that looks like a Discord call, so you can toggle mute and video for each user. Okay. And then does that show up on your stream then? Like their video and stuff? And you can just like move it around or whatever? Sometime I want to try this. Browser sources are your friends and streaming with friends. Huh. Well, if browser sources are your friends, then browsers are also your browser sources. Did you see? That was stupid. I'm sorry. That didn't... Don't really know how it all works either. If you'd like to actually test it sometime, don't mind giving it a shot? We should try it. I'll see. There's a few people I've been thinking of collaborating with, and we could just try it, like, sometime. I wouldn't want to do it as, like, a regular scheduled stream. It would just be like, hey, I'm gonna try this. Who knows what to expect? Anything could happen. Twitch might melt. I don't know. It shows little icon. Oh, it does? It shows, like, whose chat you're in. Then the little face beside chat names. Oh, okay, cool. Should count as viewer in all of them. That makes sense. And then it shows kind of where you came from or whatever. Gives you a browser source for each person in the Twitch feature. Oh! So if Jody and I collabed, I could add a browser source that would be like his screen or whatever, his stream that he's showing, and I could have that. Cool. And then I could crop it in OBS if I just want to see his beautiful face and not his game or something like that. Or just Geralt's back running around or something. Okay, alright. I'm learning a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Because they just kind of introduced it and they threw it on there and it's like, you don't know what to do, you know? You don't know what it does. So, but yeah, I wanna figure that stuff out sometime. It'd be cool. It'd be cool. I wanna play, I don't know. Well, I guess we're getting a new Mario Kart this year. Hopefully. That'd be cool. We should finish this song, eh? We're already at over 4 hours now. Is it well done? That's good. Twitch has been just kind of throwing features at people that nobody asked for, and some of them landed and some of them didn't really, and it's kind of all over the place. Yeah, I'm glad too, Jody. I'm glad. What would you have done if I accepted, though? Then you'd be like, uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh crap, what do I do? I just wish you could turn it off though, because like the way that you accidentally knocked, like I think it's really easy for people to do that, you know? You're panicking to cancel because you had no plan. See, that's what I would do, right? So that's kind of stressful. The other thing is I don't know if they changed it. Let me look. I don't think they changed it. It takes up, see, I'm a very visual person. So when I'm looking for someone to raid or whatever, I'm looking at like the icon, right? The avatar of the person. So if I see your little icon and then the share thing, it takes such a big chunk of the picture, you know? It takes a big chunk. Man, so that's on my stream, eh? So I gotta... I guess I gotta turn that off. You can't really turn it off, but If you're wondering, Jody, I can't remember if it was before. I think it was before you came in. There isn't really a way to turn off the knocking. So, like, I think on yours the other day when I raided you, I had the option to knock as well. But I feel like if I'm gonna knock on someone's stream, unless it's someone that you are very casual and you play with them all the time, you know, and you just knock on their door or whatever, I feel like I would want to, like, plan ahead of time with the person. So I'm not gonna just randomly knock on someone's stream and be like, hey, you know, depending on the person. But for the most part, I wouldn't, you know, I would want to talk to them ahead of time and be like, hey, you want to do something today? Like, yeah, sure, just knock when you're ready. I'm like, okay, cool, you know, then I'll knock. I'm not gonna just knock on someone's stream. So you can't disable that feature as far as I know. I don't think they added a way to opt out of it. So the workaround, if you want people to not be able to knock on your stream, what you do is you go and you say favorites only, and then just don't favorite anybody so then nobody can knock. Or if you only want certain people, then you can favorite them, you know? But I guess you can also just not accept when they knock. Because they're knocking, they're asking, you can say no. So, but I think it's kind of weird how it takes up so much of the icon. I guess it makes sense, but I find it distracting. And at first it really bothered me when they introduced it, but now I don't really care too much. I'm like, whatever, it's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. I like where they're going with it, you know? Anyways, thanks for the raid. Thanks again for the raid. If you want to go, like, have some supper or something, or if you got stuff to do, if the Talos needs a little walk or something, or some scratchies, you should give him some scratchies for me anyways. But yeah. Yeah, planet, yeah. But yeah. You do what you gotta do. I'll let you know what we're doing right now is we're working on our first Patreon song of the year. And this one's about the druids that live in this forest. They're called the Mosgar. It's this clan of druids. And this is the first song. So if you're booting up the game, this would be like the soundtrack, right? This would be the first song. It's the first thing that you hear in your game. It's everything is fine. It's a nice little cozy forest village, and it's great and everything before things go wrong. Because things are obviously going to go wrong, because otherwise you don't have a story, you don't have a game, right? So here's what we have. I'm just kind of working on putting the pieces together. This is what we have so far. I wish. So what I'm doing, in a nutshell, I do want to make a game. I want to make games. So I'm re-interested in learning programming and stuff. That's kind of beside the point for this, I guess. So what I've been doing on my Patreon for the past few years is that I'll make a story, and then every month I make a song for that story as if it's like the soundtrack to a game. So it's like an imaginary game story, and I'm scoring it. GB Studio's gotten really good. I was looking at it the other day. I was gonna go with Pico 8, but I think I'm being pulled back to GB Studio, and they have that tracker built in that might not be terrible to use, but there's a standalone one if it is, so I might have to try that, because the music thing was kind of stopping me from that. Is that, no, that's not what you used for What Is Sleeping in My Room, because that's not, I'm pretty sure it only does Game Boy style stuff, right? Was that Game Maker? Anyway, so if you want, Jody, if you're interested, or anybody, I have, oh, did I get rid of it? Here it is. Okay, so every year on Patreon I have a story. Every month I make a song to go with that story. And then every month I send out the song to whoever supports on Patreon, and then a month later it goes up on Bandcamp, because I don't like paywall stuff. So it's only time limited exclusive, and then everyone can listen to it. This is the story from last year for anybody who wants to read it. It's about a fish guy named Moran, and there's a star that crashes into the ocean, and it tears open an interdimensional rift, and from the rift emerges this terrifying kraken, and he starts terrorizing their town. Well, it's not really a town, it's their undersea kingdom. starts being terrorized. So then Moran has to go on an adventure to try to figure out how to perform this ritual to seal away the Kraken. And there's like a ton of lore and all the stories. And then all of the songs were made on stream. And so I have links to like the streams where I made the songs too, if anyone's interested. And at the very beginning, I have a link to the album on Bandcamp. So if you're looking for something to do this weekend, you can listen to the album on Bandcamp while you read the story on Patreon. And you can kind of like read through and hear the song that goes with the story as you read through it. I did that when I was like editing it, and I thought it was really cool. I mean, I'm super biased, but I thought it was pretty cool. So, you know, you can check that out. Someday I would like to make these into games, and I'm starting to think like they don't even have to be full scale like RPGs, because that's kind of what they are. It was supposed to be like something along the scope of like Pokemon Red and Blue or like the early Zeldas or something. Even if I don't go that far, I could do like a mini game or just like a battle scene or something. Just do a part where you have to fight the Kraken or whatever. Something like that. So, you made some demos in GB Studio. Sleeping was with Unity using... Oh yeah, that's right. You told me about Playmaker. Let Hollow Knight devs use that. I think you told me that too. It's really easy what you learn, but can be applied to more complicated coding concepts when you get there. Nice. I used to use Game Maker a bit. I didn't do a whole lot. I made a couple little games. Like I made this I made this game where you're just a pig and there's like hearts falling from the sky and you have to catch them and then your score goes up. I've made like very basic like shooters, like those kinds of like every tutorial game basically. I made Pong, you know, that kind of thing. But GB Studio really appealed to me because obviously, right? Pico 8 really appealed to me because everything is there. And it's like, you can make your sprites and your music and your sound effects and everything in there. But it might be a little too limited. But I had another idea. Or I had the same idea the other day for like the third time. It keeps coming up. I keep getting this idea for a game that I want to make where you're like exploring on a ship. Kind of like in Assassin's Creed 4 because I just loved that. Loved it. So I wanted to make something like that. I have a funny story about that, actually. You'll check it out. Hey, I appreciate that. Take the boy out. Aw. Hey, have a great weekend, Jody. Thanks again for the raid and the collab. We kind of collaborated. We kind of did. We collaborated on figuring out what the heck the knock button does. Successful. Successful collab. Whoa, my voice. There we go. I had started making something in GB Studio. I had another game idea where you play as a skeletal dog. I want to make that one too.
Oof.
Hey, thanks for the triple whammy.
lurking.
Thanks for lurking, Glass. Hope you're having a nice evening. I might go back with it. I think I heard GB Studio had some really easy stuff too, like drag and drop even. Like you don't even necessarily need coding. Is that true? I think the nice thing with that is it should already have all the tricky like setup stuff, like the resolution and like the ticks, the game ticks or whatever, like the checks, you know? However that works on Game Boy. That's all probably established already. And you can make a Game Boy game. From what I heard about GB Studio, obviously you make Game Boy ROMs. So I could just flash it onto one of my cartridges and just play it. And it would be so cool to walk around playing my game on my Game Boy. That would be so freaking cool. Plus I would have an excuse to buy another flash cart. I love those. Love those things. And I also heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you can also, it's really flexible, right? To like export to different kinds of things. If you make something in GB Studio, you can put it on a Game Boy. You can distribute the Game Boy ROM so people can play it on BGB or whatever emulator they like. But you can also release it on like Steam. You can make it like a proper like modern game, I think, if you want somehow. It's all these technical things that I don't understand, you know? All these technical, all the little techie bits. The last thing I want to do is make put in all this work, make like really great artwork and music, and then nothing works, you know? The resolution is all goofy and everything looks stupid and I have to redraw everything. The music sounds all distorted or it doesn't work, you know? As it is, I made in GB Studio, I made my character. I got my little sprite to walk around with the arrows, with the D-pad and everything. Actually, that's an old post on Patreon. You could probably dig that up if you're on there. But anyway. And I made like 5 or 6 songs for it in LSDj because I was like, oh, LSDj makes Game Boy songs. GB Studio makes Game Boy games. Perfect. It'll work. It didn't. So I have like my 5 or 6 songs that I'll have to like transcribe into Huge Tracker or something like that. But I think that would be cool. Trying to start super small. It's easy to get carried away. I think with Pico 8, I would probably... I don't know. I feel like I would start with a game, and then I would keep getting ideas, like I did the other night, which I'll tell you about in a sec, but just keep getting ideas. Oh, I want to add this. I want to add this. I want to do that. I want to upgrade this, change that, whatever. And I think Pico 8 doesn't really work very well with that. I think GB Studio might be okay. Like, it makes Game Boy games. If I want to make something as big as, like, Pokemon, I probably could, you know? Has as much depth as you could ask for. Nice. I want something that I can grow with a bit. I just want to make stuff. I'm working on and off on a GB Studio game called Space Farm. Basically a farming turn-based RPG. That sounds fun. That sounds cool. You never code? You like never code ever? I like coding, but it's... yeah. Can you mix and match? Can you code some things and then if you get stuck you can just not? You can drag and drop. You're cooking a fancy supper. Ooh, sounds good. I'm still here. You're checking on me. I'm still here. I'm probably going to go till 7. Like another 40 minutes. There's a plugin to make NES games on GB Studio? What? I know there's NES Maker. It's technical to put on Steam, but possible. If you use an open source emulator. You can test it like instantly when you're doing stuff. It can even do custom Super Game Boy borders. Ooh, fancy. You know what? With LSDj basically never working with regular Game Boy games, yeah. Because it is a game. If you think about it like that, it kind of is a game. Right? It is the game. It takes up all of the kilobytes of RAM or whatever. all 128 or whatever. I can't remember the SRAM, FRAM, whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much why. And I saw Johan was trying to make it work. Like the LSDj creator, he was on those forums at GB Studio. He was trying, man. So props to him for that. But it seems like it's just... this is a game that is a synthesizer for Game Boy, basically. And it's so funny because we were talking about that earlier. Hey, cuz, I think you can put a link. Yeah, it should let you put a link if you want to link your game. BB Studio. Better than NES Maker. Well, we'll start with Game Boy. We'll start with GB Studio. I think I have to... I don't even remember where I got it from. Probably Itch. I gotta download the latest version and... there you go. Yeah, go check out Cuz's game. I also played it on stream at one point. I can't remember when that was, but I did. It was very cool. There's a cool twist. But yeah, you guys are getting me all hyped up. I think GB Studio, it might be the way to go. The other, Game Maker used to be my go-to, but at some point they kind of changed it, and it feels like the whole thing is upside down now, and I went in there and I didn't know what anything was, and nothing was where I remembered it being, you know, it's like, what? So, and I want to make Game Boy games. I love Game Boy, Game Boy. Dude, Game Boy. Can you make Game Boy Advance game? Probably not, right? We need GBA Studio for that. But I wanna be able to make, like Pokemon... It's Game Boy, like it's GB Studio, but it can do like GBC, right? Like if I'm thinking about scope and stuff, could it handle like a Pokemon Crystal type thing in scope? Could it handle that? 250 Pokemon and the map and everything, and that would be cool. Come here, Henry. Come here, bud. Aw, he's all restless. It's really horrible outside, so he hasn't really been able to make good use of his time out there. You know, trying to rush him to do his business. It can do GB, GBC, and Super Game Boy. Is Super Game Boy that different? I guess it would be different. Is it like SGB? Different engine for GBA, but it's code heavy at the moment. All right, that might be a level up later. You basically color in the palettes. That's cool. So if I'm making a GB Studio game, do I choose which GB? If I want GB, GBC, or SGB? I don't know if anyone calls Super Game Boy SGB, but that's what I'm calling it right now. Or do you just start making something and then you like export it? Like, do I have to choose that it's going to be in color or not? Can you hear the dog grumbling? Aw, he's really grumbling. Hey, bud. Aw. Aw. Auto palette feature makes this you don't have to color the palettes manually. But you can like pick the... Okay, well I'll have to figure it out. If you make a Game Boy Color game... Ooh! You can toggle it? You can toggle it? You don't have to like choose? Because what I would do, I would make a Game Boy Color game, but I would want to see what it looks like on Game Boy. And I don't know how this works, if they program it a certain way, or if the palettes just get translated a certain way, like... Because the Game Boy only had 3 colors, I think. Well, 4 if you count, right? There was white, and then the darkest green, and then the medium one, and the light one, right? So there's only 4 colors. So all the colors available on Game Boy Color, I think all of them map to... Or each of those colors maps to one of the 4 shades available on the Game Boy screen. Is that kind of accurate? There's a color mode you can turn on and off. GBC games process things faster, so there might be some differences. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. That would be true. That's cool, though, so I could see what it looks like on Game Boy. Because, you know, the Game Boy Color is pretty new. Not everyone has one of those yet. Actually, it's the other way around, right? It's like if you play a Game Boy game on Game Boy, you can't play a Game Boy Color game on Game Boy. Actually, I think there were a couple you could. Am I out to lunch? Were there a couple Game Boy Color games you could play on Game Boy and it would just, like, tone down the colors? I think that was a thing. That sounds really cool. I would do GBC, probably. Although most of my Game Boys that I carry around are actually the regular Game Boys. If I made it for Game Boy, then it would just run better on GBC. Whereas if I made it on GBC, then there's no guarantee. 4 colors for backgrounds, but the sprites have 3 in transparency. All right. Dang. The black cards. Oh, is that? There were some black cards and there were some gray. That's why they were different color. I thought they just were whatever color they felt like. 2 different... Wait, they had 2 different ROMs. The clear cards for GBC only. Yeah, like Oracle of Seasons and stuff. Oh my god, this takes me back. The clear ones had the bump. Yeah. They were convex. And the other ones were concave. That was some good design, by the way. Speaking of OG Game Boy and bumps... Did you ever notice on the OG, the DMG Game Boy, the power switch sticks out when it's powered on? You switch it towards the cartridge, and then this little, like, flap goes on top of the cartridge so that you can't eject the game card while it's powered on. I mean, you probably could if you forced it and you break stuff. That is so genius, though. You try to take your cartridge out, and you're like, oh, there's a thing there. Oh, shoot, I should turn this off first and not corrupt all my save data. That's so clever. That's cool. All right, well, maybe I know what I'm doing this weekend. Oh. They got sued for that technology? Wait, why? On SNES? I'm trying to... On SNES, I don't really... Because the SNES, that was one where you plunk it in from the top, I think, right? I never had one. We have one, I just haven't seen it in a long time. We only played it like once. It doesn't work right now. I had a Nest growing up, and I know you like open little flap and you push it in, press it down. Push it in, press it down, and turn it on. If you're an A-Rival fan. Any A-Rival listeners here? Or at least Nest cart, you could lock in the game with that plastic thing, but later ones are open. Oh. Yeah, I want to see. That's interesting. Why did they get sued? Why would they get sued for that? Is the dog eating? What's he doing? Oh. Oops, I dropped my controller. But the dog is eating. That's a good thing. He should do that. Just a patent thing? Oh. Not like, I tried to eject the thing and it broke a thing or something. I know Super Nintendo cartridges have a lot of, like, ridges on them. Like, I'm imagining it and I can kind of... Yeah. Just on legal stuff. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Let's try to finish this song in the next half hour because, you know, but these are good chats. You guys can keep chatting. I'm gonna challenge myself to also get work done. So, I think, okay. We got this part. I feel like we need a condo hook. This has, I think, vibrato, so it won't like this. Yeah. If we do effects 50. I like that. Do you like that? I like that. So let's clone that and take it out of here. So this will be oh, it had the sped up thing. It's okay. This could probably have like a if we do, whoops, make it get louder. Hey, Bub, you're a good boy. It's slow here. Okay, and then let me see how that goes. Yeah, I think that works. I'm probably gonna tweak this before it goes out in February. That should be the main gist of the song. This is a little bridge. Good. Did you hear that? Hey, you? You came in here like, "Wow. Can you just wait half an hour, please? Please, buddy? I need to finish this song. Oh, there we go. I could see this actually walking around a mossy forest village. I could see this. With this like flute thing. Oh, my controller needs to be cleaned, I think. See, it's got that end thing. It's still going. Oh, that's not my... That's right. I want that to be a longer thingy, so... If we have... Is it 5/8? It's 4/4, but it's tricky. Here. this part's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. But it's only 6 bars. But then if you listen to this one. Actually, if I put like, all I did was I repeated the 3 notes over and over, but you know, usually what you would do in this situation, what I usually see, is you would have like this. Oops. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Usually this is what you see in this situation. Why are these quiet? What is? Oh, it's the bell. And then these are whatever. Okay. So you should be like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, right? So that it fits like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But what I did was I just took the, so it's like 1, 2. Actually, yeah, this is what you would expect, right? But instead, so I have like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's what you normally have, but I have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And it kind of, because it's 3 beats, you know what I mean, right? Because it's 3 beats trying to fit into like 8 beats. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. So then when it gets back here, so yeah, it takes 3 bars to get through it, if that makes sense. So it sounds a little funky because this is, you know, it sounds a little funky. I have to figure out what to put here. Okay, I want to do something else. Did I already? Ah, perfect. So I don't, wait. Oh yeah, okay. Let's put... I just want it to be a G. Well, whatever. Maybe... That's what I want. And then... I messed up my snare, but that's okay. We say crescendo 2, because we're going to make a short one, I guess. Oh, but this is the 6 bar, so it's kind of weird. Actually, this should go here. Yo, Blast, thanks for the raid. Man, how many raids have we gotten today? That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I guess, well, when you do two streams in one day too. Dang, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Holy smokes. Dang. How's it going, everybody? Is that Kaylee? Is that how you say that? Started blasting those raid. Hey there. Is it Kaylee or Callie? Hey Dan, how's it going? Hey Veronica. Morta, good to see ya. Hey May, how's it going? Everybody be blasting. You're just blasting in here. Hey there, Ranger. How's it going? Oh heck, my sub expired. Did you hate it when that happens? That's okay. It happens. Yo, how was your stream? How are you? What are you up to today? What were you doing? Boop. Everyone's following Blast, right? Oh yeah, Helldivers too. I remember looking, because I was looking at people I could knock on. And I was like, I can knock on Blast, but I won't, because... Nerd! May. Well, welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're all having a fantastic Friday. I was gonna say Tuesday for some reason. I hope you had a fantastic Tuesday 3 days ago, and now I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. So there. I like to call it Weekend Eve. Happy Weekend Eve, everyone. My name is Kemi. A lot of you have been here before, but maybe some of you haven't. And, you know, so I should introduce myself. I'm Kemi, and I play a lot of Zelda, an awful lot of Zelda. Like, a lot, like a ton of Zelda. And I play other things too, but mostly Zelda. And just, like, Switch stuff. And I've been playing Elden Ring as well. We're probably going back to that on Monday. I do games in the morning, and Friday night is chiptune night, baby! So we're making some Game Boy music. Here's a little taste. Just a little taste. Henry's doing great, by the way. I think he has to poop, but, you know, such is life. Working on. There's a story behind it. I let it loop weird. Oh my god. Especially this week with Zelda. Put this down. What if we put an octave down? I think we should... Actually, I think I did that already earlier. Yeah. This was the beginning. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. Let's put this down an octave. There we go. So, there's a whole story behind this song. I hope everyone's doing so well. Hey, Erythios. How's it going? You dig this? I'm glad you guys dig this. Not the cow. Look at that rolling cow. It's a good rolling cow. Stream is good. Start off playing Ghost Recon Wildlands. Running around Bolivia, taking down a cartel. And then switch over to Helldivers. Nice. You're bringing all these people with you. But Helldivers 2 looks like so much fun. And I'm glad they stepped back on... There was something stupid where you had to connect your PlayStation account or something, and then they're like, wait a second, that's a really bad idea. And then I think they walked back on it, thank goodness. There's a lot of companies making really bad decisions that are often greed-driven, and I don't know what that was about, if that was it or not. Jagex has some similar... There's some similar RuneScape drama going on, which sucks, but, you know, we'll see how that goes. Screen looks like a lottery ticket. It kind of does. Winner gagnant. Wow, we got the French. Nice. You've got all the interesting emotes, eh, May? There are lots of nice, innocent emotes. Yep. We ride blessed coattails. Does that baby Yoda have pizza? I want some pizza. It's Friday night. Pizza night? Walk back the PSN thing, but still ban it in any country that doesn't have PSN. Aw, that still sucks. It does look like fun, though. It reminds me of Destiny, and I love Destiny, and don't tell me to play Destiny 2. It's not the same. It's not the same. Ugh. Pizza does sound so good. Oh my god, now he's big. Thanks for gigantifying it. Your bits are going towards a Switch 2, just so you know. We watched the Switch 2 thing. Oh, I've got to put the new highlight on YouTube as well. All tips and everything are going in the Switch 2 fund for now. Just for the time being, because we're gonna need one of those. Oh, it looks like so much fun. You could teach me. You just hold R2, right? You just aim at stuff, R2. Oh my god, look at all these giant emotes. Dang, thanks for gigantifying all your emotes, you guys. I appreciate it. Well, we'll get the Switch 2, 15 bits at a time. I love that they added those things, the power-ups. They're so cool. Honestly. I don't just say that because they make money. I think it's a nice way to add a little bit of income for streamers, just a little bit, you know? I think they made a new message effect one. I haven't had a chance to try it yet. It's like tie-dye or something. They got the celebrations. I don't know if the celebration one has been fixed, because I know for a while it like wasn't showing up for me in OBS. Also, when you guys do that, I can only fit 2 messages on screen at once. That was your last bits on Theta? Well, it was worth it. Look at her. Look how excited and adorable and a little bit derpy she looks. Switch 2 for the Switch 2! That's pretty much me thinking about the Switch 2. It's not meant unkindly, just made me giggle. Hey, that one's pretty good. Makes me giggle too. Don't say that as they make money. You start rolling in the Switch 2 money. Should I add it up? Should I see how much we've made towards the Switch 2 so far? Let's see. Let's see. Let me calculate the Wombo combo. We have $1.20 so far. That's pretty good. $1.20. So, actually, wait. Now I'm curious. How many like 15-bit things would it cost? 500 divided by 0.15, right? All right. So we only need like 3,200 more giant emotes, and then we can get a Switch 2. It would take 3,333. That's actually less than I would have thought. A nickel and a dime for each Gigantify. Were you trying to make that rhyme? 'Cause it did. That cow is funny. The bird flipping the bird. Oh, that's yours, isn't it? That's funny. Nice one. Some beef flipping the bird. Anyway, thank you for helping fund the Switch 2, you guys. I appreciate it. Sometimes the truth rhymes. Wait. Guys, I can't tell if he's doing that on purpose. Alright, let me tell you about the song that we're making, because I gotta finish it in the next 12 minutes. I don't know if we're gonna... I don't know. I might be going super overtime. I don't know. Okay, so... wow, it feels really awkward to just transition into talking about Patreon now. Most of the stuff on my Patreon is free, if that helps. So, what I do... I've got, over on Patreon, I have a project that I call Kemi's Adventure Party. It lives on Patreon because it makes sense there, although I do all the work on Twitch anyways. But what it is, you know, I want to make games, but I don't really have the know-how yet, but I want to work on it. But for now, what I'm doing is every year for the last 5 years, I've been doing a Kemi's Adventure Party album where I make basically an imaginary game soundtrack every year. And I'll make 1 song a month, and then at the end of the year, we have 12 songs. And for the last 3 years of doing that, I've been making an elaborate story. At first, it was just like, let's do a shop song, let's do a battle song, let's do whatever, just like random, you know? But starting in 2022, I've been doing the actual... Wow, that's actually really distracting. Oh, it doesn't show up on the stream. What do a tick and the Eiffel Tower have in common? They're both Paris sites. That was worth it. Hey, thank you. Thank you, more talk. $1.30, woo! That looks really cool. That's the new one, right? I hadn't seen it yet. I'm happy about earning 10 bits from that, but I'm actually even happier just to see what it looks like. That's why I cut the price of those things in half because I just wanted people to do them because I like seeing them. It's something interesting for my ADHD brain. Which I can say now, I'm diagnosed. Oh, that makes me happy. That was a good joke. I like it. It's a really cool way to go about your music. Why, thank you. I think so too. So I'm making, so I've got these stories, right? I wonder if I still have the thing. Okay, that was the story from last year about a fish man and an undersea kingdom they need to get rid of this kraken that comes through an interdimensional rift that shows up when a dark star crashes into the ocean. Very cool, in my super biased opinion. But for the last 3 years, I've been making elaborate stories for them. So, like, 2022 was about a half-elf inventor who had to go save her mother who was kidnapped. 2023 was volume 4, and that was about a mage who founded this city for mages, and then when he died, they put his soul in this special artifact, and then, like, years later, he was corrupted over time, and then they released him, and bad things happened. And then last year was with the Kraken and everything. So, wait, what didn't work? There's only 3. There are only 3. Wait, what didn't work? There's only 3 of the designs. There were only 2. They added that one. You saw Cousin Catnip at AGDQ? What? Hey, that's so cool. Dang, I have not been watching AGDQ. Somebody mentioned it either this morning or yesterday, and I totally forgot that was happening. That's cool. On-screen celebration, you did one of those and it didn't work? At all? You didn't see it? Or I didn't react? Because for some reason that one doesn't show up in OBS. It doesn't even show... Oh, it shows in chat on Twitch that you redeemed it. It doesn't show on OBS. I don't know why. Aw, I'm sorry. Aw. I'm sorry it didn't work. Which emote did you do? If it helps, you can also do this. I mean, well, there. Can we pretend... Can that help? I'm sorry. I wish I could refund the bits for it. Oh, you got a badge. Okay, you got something. Is it just broken? That's so weird. Dang. You want to know something funny is I can knock on my own stream. Oh, I can't. You cannot call in to join your own stream, but the button is there. The angry blast potato. I'm sorry it didn't work. That's so sad. They should give your bits back if it didn't work. I don't see it. For some reason, that's the only one that doesn't work. Hey, but you know what? We're 20 bits closer to Switch 2, so that helps too. Every little bit. You see what I did there? Is that why they're called bits? There you go. There you go. Wait, did you say potato or patoo? I read potato. I was like, I don't remember Blast having like an angry potato, but I'm just gonna go with it. Sure, it's probably just an emote I haven't seen. You made your own. Yeah. If it's any consolation, which it probably isn't, the boom command has been broken for a while, and I'm not sure why. Like, if I want to boom this one, it just does a boom. It doesn't put the dog one. It used to do all of, whichever one you say boom, it would do all that one, and now it doesn't anymore, and I don't know why. And that's a Stream Elements thing, so I don't know. I said a word between patoo and potato. I probably skipped over the middle syllable. Having trouble talking. It's been a long day. I've streamed for 9 hours today, just so you know. Just about. A potato? Potato? Something like that. I wanna see Cousin Catnip at AGDQ. That's so cool. If you have a clip, send it to me. I don't know why you would have... Well, I guess if it was on Twitch, that's probably where you saw it. You'd love to run something, but can't see that happening anytime soon. Are you like me where you can't pick a game to, like, focus on long enough to speedrun? And then when you do, your thumbs hurt too much from Super Metroid tricks, and then... It'd be really cool, though. Oh yeah, anyway, so this is our song for the month. Got me all distracted thinking about potus and potatoes and stuff. So this song is about our druids. It's a druidic clan. Potuto. No, all I do is get distracted. It would happen with or without you, honestly. You're just facilitating, and that's okay. I can't keep track of if I played you guys the song we're working on or not, so here, I'm working on it anyway, so here we go. They're in a mossy forest. They're called the Mosgar, which in the language that I'm kind of making up, sort of, it loosely translates to moss guys, so it's appropriate, you know? How my own song goes. That's embarrassing. Singing along wrong. This would be like the opening scene in your game. You turn on the game, you're in the village, it sounds like this. My brain read that Tina emote backwards, and I thought it was like a duck or some kind of bird. Like her Santa hat looked like a I thought it was a flamingo doing some weird. If you look at it, like a flamingo facing left. I was like, what the heck? Oh, this is a Tina one. I'm like, what the heck? That was weird. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that. It was important. I don't know how to end it. Feels like it should loop. I wonder if it'll loop. It probably won't loop. We'll try it. Classic fade out. Well, the thing is, if it was a game, it would loop, right? Do we need like a condo hook at the beginning? Yeah, I think we kind of do. What if we take okay, we're gonna take whoops. Do. I'll fix the instrument later. One and yeah. One thing high. Wait, actually. Whoa, why is it? Oh, because I did that. I'm like, why is it higher now? Oh, because I did that. Yeah, okay. Or. No, I think it should be like. Or this. Oh, that could work. Okay, let's do that. We'll put this on all... Whoa, okay. I'll just put it in random places. It's fine. It'll be okay. We'll just get rid of these. Okay. And I need this on a different instrument, which will be, this one maybe? These are 2 bars I just learned. We can make it this. We can make it be 0. Or we could make it not give up. Nah. That note is too long. Okay. Oh, we can do like a transpose. We can do a transpose. We can have it do like a... I don't like that. I don't like that. We'll change this. Okay, so let me do some math real quick. Okay, G. We're gonna go to E. A, we're gonna go to F sharp. B is gonna be G. C is gonna be A, and B is gonna be G. Is that good? Or should it be one more down? Then we have like a power chord, right? That sounds better, I think. Oh, or I could also do... I don't want to like ruin this. Okay. Could also have... Okay, it's just B, C, B, C, B, right? But I could do this. Is that gonna sound bad with those? Maybe. Yeah, that's bad. We'll put it back to B, C, B. Hey, what do you think, chat? I don't know what to do for an ending. But here's we'll just listen to it through, I guess. And then I'll figure out an ending or not. We might do a classic fade out. We'll see. I wonder if... maybe this. Hey, thanks so much, Rick. I'm glad you like it. They may change this too a little. Oh, there's a problem here. You see that? Somewhere along the line. Oh, we need more of this. I just have... it also isn't the right note, but that's okay. Just gonna... there. Ugh. Hey. Stop that. Okay, and then... doom, doom. That's probably... oh, this is the... okay. We can do this and do that twice. Okay. Yeah. But I wanted to see actually something here. If we do like, whoops. Like, pitch it down. Yeah, I don't want that. We'll do, effects. I forgot what the other thing I was gonna do. Oh, this! I want to see what this sounded like. Oh, it works! Oh my gosh, chat. Okay, earlier. Okay, not earlier. Just now I was like, we're gonna put this on the left side and then this on the right side. We can turn this up a little. I was like, we'll put it on the left, we'll put it on the right, right? And then I was like, oh, but I don't have anything like that in the next bar. But, you know, but then in here, in the noise channel, I didn't have anything here, but then I had the toms. So between them, they overlap. I didn't even plan that. Wow, I'm a genius sometimes by accident. Right? And then, right? And then we have these, and then over here we have the toms, right? Not bad. Totally by accident. Okay. We were about here. Wait, I think that's supposed to be faster, yeah. There we go. Does the song feel like it would welcome you into the game? I'm getting it stuck in my head. That's a good sign. It's a good sign. I could actually... Oh, but it'll be slower. A neat little Easter egg is that here it's going to be 100 BPM because it's the beginning of the song, I guess. Like, this is where I set the timing, and then here I set it to be faster. So when it loops, this will be faster. But to start with, it would be 100. So whenever it looped over. That kind of works. I might leave that as, like, a looping thing. We'll see. I might do some touch-ups or so. But you know what, chat? I am happy with this song. I'd say it's, like, it's about done. It might not be finished and polished, but the song is there, you know? So this is it. And I hope you guys like it. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks again for all the raids today, like this morning and tonight. And I don't know if there's anyone who's just been in here all day. Actually, I know there are some people who were here this morning for Zelda, and then they're still here. So y'all better go, like, go get some, like, air. Or go stretch or do something. We're gonna raid out in a sec. One more time, I'm gonna link the Patreon, okay? So, no pressure to anyone, okay? There's levels of stuff on Patreon. You can just check it out, and you can read the stories if you want. There's a collection called Storytime, and it's got the stories. There's only like 5 posts, and one of them is like a pronunciation one. And it's like, this is the story of Kemi's Adventure Party 3. This is a story from 4. This is a story from 5. The first 2 didn't really have stories. That's why we started with 3, in case you're wondering. But if you want to just read them top to bottom, they have a link to the album on Bandcamp. The whole album is available. You can go listen to them. You can read along. That's what I recommend. Pretend it's like a video game. Maybe while you're reading it, if you're like me, you can't read something without picturing it as well, right? It is just $1 too, yeah. I'm getting to that part, but yeah, like you can go and read stuff, and that's free, and you can follow along. You can actually follow, like join as a free member, I think they call it. Join for free is following, essentially, and you can set it up if you want to get notified whenever I make a new post. I post about sales there, so that's good if you're not on Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever. If you don't want to miss a Bandcamp sale, I post there. I post little lore bits sometimes. I post whenever I put a new song, I put the little bit of story that goes with it. So if you want, you can check that out. That doesn't cost anything. If you like this song, if you want to support, if you want to spend the best dollar you'll ever spend, you can. Yeah, for less than a cup of coffee a month. Dang, that's crazy. It's just $1 a month. So, there you go. It's cheaper than a Twitch sub, and it'll help me buy a Switch too, and pay bills and all the other things that responsible adults need to spend money on. Switch 2 and mortgage. And coffee. Anyway, yeah, if you want to, it's $1 a month, and then I'll send you the song when it comes out. And otherwise, if you wait the extra month, then it will be on Bandcamp, and you can listen to it there as well. But I do try to make it worth your dollar. You know, I'll post little behind-the-scenes snippets, little extra lore and stuff. There's also a little chat room on there, a little private chat, which I admittedly have not been making a lot of use of. I'm trying to figure out what to do with it. I'll just kind of pop in if I have news, I guess. But, you know, I do posts and things. I do posts on Patreon. Anyway, so there's that. And of course, the albums are on Patreon, or on Bandcamp, sorry. They're on Bandcamp as well. The older ones are complete now. Number 5 is completely complete. So that one's all done. So that's cool. And this one is going to be a work in progress album that I'm going to start on Bandcamp shortly. But for right now, this is actually, this VOD is going to be the only place you can hear this song until February 6th. And then I'm going to send it to patrons. And then on March 6th, you'll be able to hear it on Bandcamp. That's so confusing, isn't it? I try to make it not confusing, and it still ends up being kind of confusing. Anyways, this is the gist of the song. I might revisit it and just touch up little things or reassess, because it's been a long day. I spent 9 hours streaming today, and I haven't really done much else besides walk the dog in a snowstorm. So I'm gonna go do that again, and then have some supper. But I appreciate the heck out of you guys, and you know, there's been some new folks. Thank you for following. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sticking around. And if you're new to the chiptune streams, like I haven't done one in a while. I want to start doing these again, but it'll be more casual. So it'll start at 2 or 3. It'll be 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever. Casual Friday. I like that. You know, I like that idea. It'll be good. I thought I was going to say something else, but then I forgot. Got you through a surprisingly busy Friday. Hey, happy to help. Glad to be of service. I had someone that I was going to raid. Let me see what he's up to. What's he up to? Oh, wait, there's 2 people. Oh, man, there's 2 people I want to raid. Darn it, don't you just hate that? I'm gonna do 2 things. We're gonna raid one person and fake raid the other one. I'm not gonna knock on anyone's streams. We're not gonna do that. I'm gonna shout out Captain Moon. Captain Moon, even. He's playing Lies of P, which is a Souls-like game. It's not made by FromSoft, but very good. You see someone you haven't seen in years. I do too. I see a lot of people. I want to raid Homestar Gamer today. Because he's been around lately. I've been seeing him, you know, and he's playing Zelda, which feels appropriate because we were playing Zelda earlier. I haven't had a chance to raid him in a minute. Usually I think he only streams on weekends, or maybe it's weekends and evenings. Always in the depths, you guys. It's gonna be good. But we're shouting out Captain Moon first, because he's my other... I want to raid 2 people, but I can't. So we'll shout out Captain Moon. Go check him out. Very nice. Playing Liza P, if you're in that. They're playing, like, the 2 kinds of things that I'm playing, right? It is Weekend Eve. It is Weekend Eve. That's true. That's true. So, yeah. So if you want to check out Captain Moon playing Liza P, you can do that. I'm going to take you on a raid to Homestar Gamer, who's playing Tears of the Kingdom, which I've spent a lot of time on that this week. Monday, the plan is Elden Ring, because we're at a logical break in Zelda. I think I can either play some Xenoblade Chronicles this weekend on my own, or maybe, I don't know, find some Koroks so that you won't have to watch me find all those Koroks. We'll see. But we'll go see Homestar Gamer. Boop! Thank you again so much, everybody. I can't really overstate how much I appreciate you guys. And thanks for gigantifying all your emotes. And making things happen on the stream. Oh yeah, we need our raid spam. There we go. And reminding me for the raid spam. I swear I was going to remember. Probably. I'll be back on Monday. If you want to, I made the Switch 2 reaction thing is on YouTube. You can always go check that out if you want. I don't think I have any more announcements. You got 2 weeks to pledge on Patreon if you want me to send you this song at the start of February. That's all I got. That's all I got. Thanks so much, everybody, and I will see you Monday. Have a super duper excellent, fantastic weekend. Bye for now.